chat. Welcome to another stream. How's it going? Oh, my chair's all messed up. But let's see, what day is today? It is Friday, August 28th of 2020, and we're back for another stream with some more programming. Let's see, it's Friday, so happy Friday. We got a bunch of people here already today. We had Andrew Lane X who was spamming chat before I started, but that doesn't count as first, although he was actually first day, so you still win according to the chatbot as well. So welcome Andrew Lane X. We've also got iSatisfied. We've got RKJ who says, "Damn, didn't get first." We've got Swill6 who says last. That's good. I mean, you're the first or last. That's good. We've got El Papa Big. Hello. We've got Dalits Florian. Haven't seen you in a while. Welcome back. We've also got Solace who says not first today. It's true. El Papa Big says, "I'm pink, nice. The stream is good for the soul. Python is a way of life." I mean, in some ways, it kind of is a way of life. But yes, indeed. You can also select your color, so like your color shows up as red for me, and in my chatbot it shows up as this purple color because my chatbot is like, "Oh, Twitch didn't tell me your color, so here, have a color." But yeah, you can change that with the /color command. Oh yeah, Android X in fact says that. Hey, what's up, Shaz Robot? Hello. We've got James freaking Carr. Welcome back. Good to see you. We've also got NoSQL Know-How, who says howdy. Hello. Hopefully we'll be getting to some Dynamo stuff today. I don't know how long I don't know how long the view setup stuff is gonna take, because we spent a lot of time on that last stream and didn't actually get anything there. Swill says 6, or says first. That's for tomorrow's stream. RKJ says there's a rogue noodle falling into frame behind you. There is a rogue noodle. Look at Noodle being a goof back there with fuck, what is his name? The one that nobody likes, Rexy. With Rexy in the background. But yes, we have the plushies. The plushies are hanging out. We've got Zing Bretson who says, "Oh hi." It's funny, if you look at a lot of my test code, I use "oh hi" as test string all the time, so that's why I'm giggling there. But hello. We've also got Yan Yin. How's it going? Also, right before the stream started, we had Brendan W who followed. Thank you for following and welcome to the stream. Donald's Fine says, "Just need to finish my bachelor thesis before attending more streams and continuing." I think you mean contributing to open source. Well, that's good. I'm glad. I assume you finished it. I'm glad you finished it. DKO9 says, hi, today's stream seems interesting. Pre-commit. Yes, I'm the author and creator of Pre-commit. We've been working on this thing for a long time. We're getting pretty close to being able to have like a really crappy beta version of it out. But we'll get there. We'll get there soon. We're getting close. Hey, what's up, Sundeep C2? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Dalits says, "and writing articles and such. Nice. James freaking Carr says, "Good to see you." Good to see you as well. Deliciosa Nalga says, "Nice bot." Yeah, this is my chat bot. If you do bang bot, you can check out the source and figure out how it works and all that other stuff. Hey, what's up, Mono Mert? Hello. Welcome back. And the Dumb Engineer. Dumb Engineer's here again. And Recursive Chat. How do you guys avoid / manage your nerves when you have something due at work? Man, I don't give a fuck what people think about me at work, usually. I mean, I care a little bit, but like, I feel like due dates aren't that big of a deal. Hey, what's up, S1 Cube? Hello. We've got Jam who says, "I like Takis." I don't know what Takis is. Howard T says, 3 AM, new stream found, so no sleep again. Hi, all. We've got Coding Gardens. Seems good emote. Well, welcome to the stream, Howard T. Good to see you. I guess you guys are talking in different language that I don't understand. I think this means fire, though. At least in Spanish means fire. But anyway, welcome back. I did a little bit of stuff offline. Most of it was on GitLab though, and I don't actually know how GitLab's URLs work. Does this work? Nope. But anyway, it was on Flake8. I did a couple of things. One was that Black was out of date, so Black made a new release recently. So I upgraded Black in Flake8. So Flake8 is Blake is the only project that I maintain that uses black, and it was not by my choice, so whatever. But I switched to using pre-commit for black because before we were just using like a floating version in talks, and so this would break periodically. So I moved it into pre-commit so that one it's so that when I push I don't forget to run black, because I would always forget on Flake 8 because I don't use black myself, and so I'd use my single quotes and all the other stuff that I like to do, and this fixes it so that it runs there. So moved that, and the reason I did that is because someone else made a pull request and they had black formatting in their stuff, and so we fixed that up. But apparently on Termux on Android, there's missing semaphore open implementation, and so the multiprocessing module crashes in like a really, really strange way. Which, like, I'm thoroughly surprised that no one has run into this before today, but which makes me think that something changed in Python, but I don't know. But anyway, they added some code to catch import error, which is funny because it doesn't raise import error at import time. It raises import error at at failure time, or at instantiation time. So when this gets called, it raises import error, which seems kind of backwards to me, but sometimes things don't happen at import time, so I don't fucking know. But anyway, they fixed it. I need to make a release with this, but I didn't do that yet. But that was some of the stuff I did offline. I also worked a little bit on pre-commit.ci offline, so this is what we kind of had working last time. I made the models work a little bit better, so this is the well, so the front end looks slightly better. It still looks like crap, so I know I haven't polished the front end yet, but I'm trying to get the functionality working. I don't really care so much about the front end. But now you can see, like, we get these two organizations and we can click on them and manage them separately. So you can see, like, this is for my account and this is for the org. So that's all working. I can also click on this add installation to manage. Well, if I were able to add ones, you'd be able to add them here, but also I can manage the individual orgs there. Interestingly, GitHub does not give a good URL for this if you don't have separate orgs. So if you don't have orgs, it'll just redirect to this one. The app handles all of that, but it's kind of annoying from the GitHub side. But anyway, and the logging out, logging in works. I can also delete an installation. So if I go here and I click uninstall, it will take me here, and in the background, you might have seen it over here, it issued a webhook request, and so if I refresh this, it's now deleted. So that is all working. I can also go and add it back as well, and yeah, sure. You can see that it has added it back. So I got all that working offline. The first thing that I'm going to work on today is getting this page working, which currently just crashes because it's not at all implemented. So we're gonna make a new page, right? Hopefully we're gonna make two new pages this stream, and then assuming all that goes well, we'll set up some Dynamo stuff. But a bit of a tall order. I don't know how often I get all that much done on stream. But anyway, iSatisfied says Takis is a brand of chip. I see. James Freaking Carr says, I have nightmares about exams that I didn't study for in college, then I just wake up and get it done. See, I still have those nightmares, and I haven't been in school for like fucking 7 years. And so I still wake up and I'm like, oh no, I've missed my exam, and then I'm like, ha ha ha, I'm not in school. This isn't a problem I have to deal with anymore. Easy. Crystal Chat says, I think the pressure is getting to me, that's all. I see. Well, I would worry less about it. I think deadlines at work are usually pretty arbitrary. Hey, what's up, Cat Peasant? Hello. RKJ says MOTD, which says let's code. We'll get there. Hey, what's up, MJ? Hello. Welcome back. GDH says, I'm sad. I want a job at Google. Anthony writes code. What are some prep tips? Oh, a job at Google. People always want a job at Google. Jobs at Google. Let's see. I don't know. I think like just standard interview prep is gonna be as good as you're gonna get for you know, a job at Google. Um, you know your data structures, be able to think on the spot, like be able to describe and build systems. I don't know. Be able to talk about what you've done. I don't know. I've never interviewed at Google, so I actually don't have any advice specifically for Google. But I have to assume that it's similar to other tech interviews. Although I think theirs are a little bit more intense for like no good reason. But that, I don't know. I've been planning to do a series on interview prep. I just have not gotten the time to sit down and record those. So it'll happen eventually. Hey, what's up, Juicebox Zero? Hello, hello. Skyward Dev says, do you ever worry about starting a company around open source software? That's literally what I'm doing. That's literally what I'm doing. We'll see how it goes. I'm gonna try, at the very least. But Skyward Dev, I do worry about it. I worry about it a lot. I don't know whether it's gonna turn out. And if it doesn't turn out, I guess that's fine. But you know, that's exactly what we're trying to do with pre-commit.ci. You can't see the domain, but it's pre-commit.ci, which is what we're working on today. Hey, what's up, the Endless River? Hello. I don't know why, but I always say the Endless Liver. Like you just have like the infinite alcohol tolerance. But welcome back. Good to see you. How are you doing today? I'm doing pretty well, although the air quality here is abysmal, and it's pretty bad indoors as well. Even though like I have an air conditioner with a filter, it's pretty bad. The way I usually judge the air quality is I look out my window and there's these set of trees that are like, you know, a couple blocks away. And if I can see the trees, usually it's a pretty good day. If I can't see the trees, which is today, it's not a very good air quality day. So I'm hoping we make it through the stream without like a coughing fit. But there's a good chance that, you know, I just start coughing and we'll have to end the stream. But hopefully that doesn't happen. We'll see. Capeza says front ends are bad for you. It's true. It's true. I used to be a front end developer, so I used to like spend a lot of time. Fine, Andrew Linux. You can have a clap. So it says, the only nightmares I have is that somehow I didn't get full credit for high school, and despite my 2 grades of certification, I still have to go back. Man, you can skip high school and still go to school. Cap has set the MOTD to carpet. That's good. That's a good one. Soul says, I don't give a fuck about high school in my dreams, and I tell everyone that I don't belong here. Interesting. Slooby Doo says, to this day, still have that dream where I have that one college class I haven't attended all year. Oh man, that one really gets me. I didn't drop, did I drop any classes in school? I don't think I ever dropped a class either, but I still have the, like, I dropped a class but forgot to, like, actually drop it in the system, and so, like, you know, you end up with an incomplete at the end of the semester, and you like have to retake this class that you intended to drop, and like ends up on your record forever. And oh man, what a fucking mess. But yeah, I still have that dream. Hey, what's up, Shaz Robot? Who says, oh, I see you type something on mobile. Mobile's derpy. Oh, you're probably trying to say like my face when and end up with MFU. I see. New School Know How says depends on which job you're going for. There I'm at, and yeah, that makes sense. I need to fix my little clicky thing, because, I don't know if you guys, oh yeah, you can see this. Like, when I click on someone's message right now, to mark where I am in chat, the annoying reply thing overlays on top of their actual text, and so I can't read it. Which is so obnoxious. It's what a fucking dumb feature. I guess I could ad block this element. Let's see. Where is this? Click on that, and it is which element is it? This one. Chat line reply icon. Using adblock for good. Block element. And then put a dot here. And then preview. Pick. What? That didn't work. Why? I know the CSS selector. Just let me use the CSS selector. Is it supposed to be this? Let me type a dot here. Great, there we go. Okay, cool. Fixed! When you have to fix broken ass experiences with ad block. Love the way that works. G-Specs0 says, I passed the non-technical Google interview. Man, I just started. I'm super far behind on chat. RKJ says, who's gonna take interview advice for an unemployed guy? It's true, it's true. Recursive Chat says, is there a static analysis tool for Python 2.7 that catches errors with none? Like if you access something from none, etc. Why are you using Python 2.7? But yeah, you could hook up MyPy for that. And, you know, use type checking. Otherwise, it's kind of hard to figure that out because, you know, there's a lot of things that can happen there. Naglarg says, I had a dream where I attended school and it felt super real. Then I woke up and attended school, so it felt like I went to school twice that day. Ugh. Internet says, do you need a designer for pre-commit.ci? Probably not. I probably just need to sit down and actually do front-end stuff. But right now, I'm aiming for functionality. I don't particularly care how it looks for now. But, you know, it'll get there eventually. Shensort says, my face went, I didn't have those dreams because I didn't go to college, but now 13 years later, as I go back to school, oh no. Hey, what's up, Adrian? Hello, hello. Zingbretson says, at least the trees down the street aren't on fire. That's true. It could be worse. I have a recurring dream that I go back to college for credit I didn't take, and the professor is a gorilla. What? G says, I have that one all the time. Like, I didn't know I had a class for weeks that I had to go to, but I didn't know where the room is, and I can't find my schedule. Yeah, for me, it's always this, like, obscure math class for some reason. Like, I signed up for, like, differential equations 3 or something, and, like, forgot to take it, and, like, showed up once at this theoretical course just to take the exam, and, like, the questions, like, weren't in English, and it was just fucking nonsense. But I have that all the time. You have another emote from me and Julian X? Okay, I'm gonna limit you to 2 emotes per stream. You already sent this one to me, and I already said no. Once you get into the real world, almost no one cares about your grades or GPA. It's true, it's true. Or even where you got a degree from. Yeah, I mean, they kind of care about that for your first job, but after that, not at all. GDH says, I can't get into Google, I can't type fast, I haven't written my own operating system, life's not worth living. None of those things are necessary, my dude. I haven't written my own operating system either. I haven't applied to Google. Juice says, GDH, I type slowly and Google isn't that great to work for. You are a tiny redundant cog in a massive machine where everything you do has no impact. It's kind of true. It's kind of true. Google's a big place, and you're just a little person there. Hey, what's up, Amy YSN? Hello, welcome to the stream. First chat says, the software work exposes a Python API that only bundles Python 2.7. Time to upgrade that shit, man. You can rewrite their code, right? GDH says, but there's free food and all the chicks would love me and $. I think you're overestimating Google. And it's really not that way. No free food during quarantine, and believe me, people swipe left on Googlers all the time. It's true, it's true. GDH says, you type fast. It's true, okay. Internet says, your chat doesn't have my second badge. What is your second badge? GLHF pledge. Yeah, I don't have that badge. I don't know what that is. There's hundreds of badges on Twitch. And so it doesn't support all of them. Marcodev says, Anthony doesn't know Python. Check my gist, dude. Learn to code. Why did you set the MOTD to that? Why'd you do that, Marcodev? I did read your gist. We're not going to be working on that today. But yeah. Anyway, so let's start working on this first view. And the view is supposed to be for the installation page to list all the repositories. So let's make a commit first. What is all of these other things? What is this to do? Oh, there's also another to do that I have to do. When someone denies the installation. Gotta fix that as well. What is this WAT directory? Oh. This was me playing with permissions. Under WAT. Okay, git commit -m against multiple org showing on logged in homepage. Oh no, end of file fixer. Whitespace, yay, whitespace fixing. You know, Angelina X, you could get a second badge in my terminal if you subscribed. Juice says, as someone who worked at Google, believe me, male Googlers don't do any better in the dating department than anyone else. Yeah. Margo says, that's how QT started, you know, troll tech. Really? I didn't know that. But that says, hello, hello. NoSQL know-how says, at least it's not a WAP directory. It's true, it's true. Recursive Chat says TIL about rmdir, I've always done rmrf. Oh yeah. So the thing about rmdir is if you have a directory and that directory has things in it, rmdir will fail. It'll, you know, tell you that the directory is not empty. So I don't know. Sometimes I type rmdir, but yeah, usually rmrf is, you know, the better way to do this. Cool thing about rmdir that I didn't know until I taught my brothers some programming stuff is, so there, you guys know about makedir-p, right? Where if you pass a bunch of directories that doesn't exist, so let's do it without -p first. So if you know, try and makedir some deep directory path, and the parent directories don't exist in there, it will complain about no such file or directory. But if you do makedir-p, it will create all these directories for you. So you can see that it made all those directories there. Now, the thing that I didn't know is that rmdir also has a -p. I didn't know that, but you know, that will delete all of these directories, which is pretty neat. But yeah, I remember teaching my brother this, and I was like, whoa, I didn't know rmdir had a -p. That's pretty cool. The tall man says, you look like a teenage boy band member with that hair. Yo, we can get even more teenage boy band here. You know, we can go the full like over the eye look where I can't see anything from this side of my face now, and we could start singing some, you know, My Chemical Romance here, right? But I feel you, the tall pants. I understand you. So Margo Dev, I'm not gonna be using the Python library because it requires me to add a new dependency with C extensions, and I can't use that in Lambda because there's no C compiler, and I can't potentially link against libraries that I would want to use there. But I can probably take what you've put there and like do some other stuff in with chmod, but I actually think I'm going to rewrite it to not need ACLs at all and just copy files back and forth between the users, because I think that's going to be a little bit more reliable and less like surprising. But we'll try that. Trolltech is a company that developed Qt before renaming it to the Qt company. Oh, I didn't know about that. Recursive chat says TIL about makedir-p. Yeah, it's pretty cool, pretty nifty. RKJ says, I saw a script at work this week which had rm-f /$food $bar with no checks for empty variables. Yeah, that's a good way to lose your system. That sounds like what happened with was that the Minecraft installer on Linux? There was some game installer that, you know, had a problem like that, where it just kind of like purged all the directories because someone's XDG directory was not set properly. Emo Anthony, yeah, it's true, Angelina X. One Backstreet Direction Boys. Yeah. Markedev says, what is the problem with doing import POSIX1e? I mean, it's not a standard library. POSIX1e. It's not a standard library package. And the this library has weird build dependencies. That's not what I want. Where's their fucking GitHub? pylib GitHub. So the problem is this stuff here is problematic. And yeah. Linking against libackle is not something that I can do consistently. It basically introduces a non-pure Python package that makes my build much more complicated, and so I'd rather just subshell, which works fine. Seven says 90s boy band style. It's true, it's true. Hey, what's up, JB Pratt? I'm just gonna be lurking. Well, thanks for stopping by. Scylla says, Anthony, I learned today that our dad worked for a company called Ingress, and I guess Postgres came. Wait, Postgres was from Ingress? Really? It's literally post Ingress. What the fuck? I never even thought about that. But yeah, he did work for Postgres or for Ingress. What? What a mindfuck. Oh, huh, interesting. NoSQL Know-How says, I had a coworker in a root on a machine and typed armorf etc. And then was trying to type an L, but missed and hit return. It did not go well. Oh no. Oh no. MarcoDev says, either way, I need to have ACL installed for the user to use subprocess also. Yeah, but the thing, MarcoDev, is I'm building on one machine and deploying to another. And I don't have control over the other machine that I have, so I can't really, like, build there. So linking to libackle is a problem. Just trust me. Trust me. I basically need to use the subprocess stuff, or I need to make my build way more complicated. And I don't want to make my build way more complicated. Use Docker to build. I don't have access to the other machine's AMI. Like it's Lambda. I can simulate Lambda, but I can't get an exact version, and so there's all sorts of other stuff. I want to trust you. I'm a more senior developer than you. No, you're not. You're really not, MarcoDev. You actually are not. You're making suggestions about things that are not correct. So please don't tell me you're more senior than I am. Is your dad a big nerd too? Kind of. He's not really like a software kind of person. But yeah, can confirm. Anyway, let's build this view. Web app. So yeah, I have no code here yet. Class.render template. Install.html. We need to do several things here. So the plan that I want to do here is show the installation as well as all the repositories related to it. MarcoDev says, well, of course, I'm more Lambda, blah, blah, blah. I was a C++ dev in 2000. What were you doing back then? I was writing code too. Like, get the fuck out. God, I don't know why you have such a superiority complex about writing C++ in 2000. No one cares. It wasn't good C++, I can tell you that. Let's see. Datastore.get installation. Also, we need to get users. This is actually problematic because I want to pick the user based on the installation, but for now I only support GitHub, so we're just gonna do it this way. I've decided that I'm calling these all installs instead of installation. The top fan says Anthony was breaking teenagers' hearts in 2000. GDH says he wears a shirt for us downstairs. He's comfortable. What? What is that supposed to mean? Let's see. Install equals this, and repos equals datastore.get repos. git install repos. So this should actually be an int. Let's see, and we should do install equals data store.git install. And I made some decisions offline that I'm gonna switch everything to IDs again. Because GitHub lets you rename accounts, they let you rename organizations, and they let you rename repositories. And I don't want to deal with the data inconsistency problems just to make my URLs pretty, so what I'm probably going to do is have endpoints that redirect from the nice names to the IDs. That way people can still link to their results page, but you know, I can have some amount of sanity in my data store. Marco Dev says, I like your streams because projects are interesting and Python code is quality enough. Get the fuck out, man. GDH says it means I can see your boxers. I'm not wearing boxers, I'm just wearing shorts. So, see, I'm wearing shorts. That's how I roll. I always wear shorts. Tallpan says, OMG, Oswald, so much nostalgia. I don't know what Oswald is. What is Oswald? Oh, I was watching Oswald. It's an octopus cartoon. I'm sorry for you. I see. I don't actually know what Oswald is. Quality enough, yeah. Fucking funny thing to say. Christ. Yeah, I think this is all the information I need to render this page. So let's make a template for that. Pre-commit web templates. Pre-commit.ci web templates install.html. What do we got in here? We render the header. This is the results stuff. Don't need any of that. Don't need this as well. Don't need this padding here. This is all of that other stuff. The world. Let's just put some of the data in here. Install dot account name len repos. I'm gonna restart because I don't have the autoloader working. Lookup error. The converter install ID does not exist. What? Oh, this is backwards. It's supposed to be int colon. I'm surprised that crashed on startup. I guess that makes sense. Data store has no attribute git install. Makes sense. Web data store. With git installs. It should probably be install git. That's why, that way it's noun verb. Install get. Service stir install ID int to optional install. Select what? What is the data here? Install URL account ID account name from installs where service equals this and install ID equals that. If res is not none, return install. Install ID equals install ID. So we can just do install ID res none. So that should get that working. I'm typing import optional. GH says, don't cry just now. Save your tears for when you write C++. Hey, what's up, Broken Mirrors? Hello, hello. Naclick says, how many repos does Anthony have to delete to create an actual black hole? We could make a lot of stuff burn by deleting things from PyPI. Let's just put it that way. Branko says, shameless plug, that tracebook looks ugly. This makes it look more pretty. Yeah, I've seen this tool before. I don't really agree that this is prettier. This is just harder to read, in my opinion. Also, this assumes that your terminal is thick. Mine is not thick. We've only got 80 characters to work with. I'm pretty happy with this as it is. Plus, I really only care about these lines anyway. The top hand says, people enjoy writing C++, should sit in the back of the bus. That's not a nice thing. You can't say that, Volmans. You can't say that. CERN only discovered the Higgs boson when they tried to open his GitHub repo page. Pataflaka says, as a pen tester who uses Python a tot, this is absolutely terrifying. Devs are a whole nother level. What do you mean, that I'm writing a bunch of code? GDH says, use an ORM for God's sake. Writing SQL is so 2019. One, I don't need an ORM. Two, this is local code only. This isn't actually for prod. And three, I don't want the dependency, and I don't want all of the problems that come with introducing an ORM and like trying to figure out its query patterns, and, like convincing it that my schema is a particular way, and like all that other shit. I don't need an ORM. And four, I don't want ORM objects in my outside of my interfaces here. This is just the implementation for my local testing version. I would not be able to reuse the ORM in the other implementation, so I would still need to like get the ORM object and then convert it to my interface objects and then use that elsewhere, and like it'd be a bunch of code. It would be a bunch more code than I've already written for no reason. RKJ says thick terminals, yeah. Tallman says, Anthony isn't pretty, he's just hard to read. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Broken Mirror says, but the cool guys in the back of the bus. It's true, we would always fight over the back seat of the bus. I think it was because it was more bouncy than the other seats and we wanted to bounce on the bus. I don't actually remember. But I just remember we would always fight over it. Or maybe it was that we could do more, we could get away with more shit in the back of the bus, and so that's why we did that? I don't know. Bataflaga says, the fidelity and complexity of the code is so much more than I ever had to deal with. This code actually isn't that complex, to be honest. We're really just like, you know, okay, maybe this part's a little bit complex, but the, you know, the app endpoints are pretty straightforward. Like, retrieve some data and then render a view. Like, I can't get much simpler than this. Like, there's not that much that's going on here. Let's see, git install, right? This data store git install. It should be install git. Also, this should be installs git. Oops, can fix that. That should get us further. Install reference before assignment. Oh, yeah. That should say install ID. This should say install ID. That should be install get repos. Where install repos get? I don't fucking know. pre-commit.ci, web data store, install repos get service stir install id int, list of repos. Although I think repo is just tuple and stir right now, so I can improve that later. Query equals select what? Repo ID repo. Repo ID repo from install repos where service equals this and install capitalize and because we are consistent and install ID equals this. Results equals what? Actually, I think I just do return db.execute query service install id dot fetch all. Yeah. Probably want a sorting here. Order by repo ascending. Hey, what's up, Rarajni? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing well. GH says soon the NSA is going to want to have a backdoor in Anthony's quality code. Jamie Pratt says, do you mean Anthony's good enough quality code? The tall man says, don't be a no ID, Anthony kids. Use an ID to avoid these mistakes. I would still make these mistakes in an ID. But yes, you guys probably should use an ID. Amazing. I love when people comment on like years old closed issues. With like completely unrelated shenanigans. Anyway, we're gonna unsubscribe because this person hasn't figured out how to install AWS CLI. They've somehow installed AWS CLI into their system Python. Wait, what? But they have deleted their... Oh, you know what they did? They did pip install with Bruise Python and then upgraded Bruise Python to 3.8. But yay, macOS dumpster fire! Anyway, I'm not gonna help them because it's a tough topic. Okay, let's see what this does now. Still an error. Error binding, unsupported type. Oh, it's the drop song, guys. It's the drop song. Yes, indeed, we had the wrong type here because I switched this from install ID to install. ID would not have helped me with that. Undefined error. Len is. Oh, right. I fucking. I'm so sick of Jinja. This is how you do Len in Jinja, I think. Stupid Jinja. Stupid Jinja. No filter named Len. Does it count? I can never remember. Yay! Oh my goodness. Wait, why is it 0? Why is it 0? What? Install repos? That's weird. Also, for some reason we have old data in here. I bet if I log out and log back in, it'll fix it. No. broke something else. We broke something else. Oh, you know what I have to do? I think I have to do this. Add a repo here. We have a data consistency problem because I deleted some stuff in the middle of working on this. Shazarot says, and thus the good enough meme was born. Yeah, should we make an emote for good enough? Brookmere says length. Is that what it is? I think count worked. Or is it length? I don't think this is it. Well, maybe it worked. We'll never know. Okay, so I think I actually need to uninstall both of these and reinstall them, because I think... Let me look at how the code works for that. App. Install create. Yeah, I think this is the only place where install repos gets populated. Yeah, so a bit of a data inconsistency problem. I'll probably figure out a way to do this better later. But for now, we're just gonna uninstall and reinstall, and that should fix it. Add an installation, this, with this repo install. Now if we open this page, 1 repos. Okay, cool. Hey, what's up, Bineyar? Hello, welcome back, good to see you. And Alexa, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Repos 1! got something rendering here. Okay, let's make it look a little bit better and actually display the information that we want here. Template, no, pre-commit.ci slash what? Wait, does it show the logged in user too? Yeah, it does, cool. Web templates install. So I kind of want it to look similar to what we have in the templates, web templates index. Kind of want to look like this one. Matrix17 says, do you have any experience in C++? I have a lot of experience in C++. I've written more C++ than I probably want to. But yes, what is your question, Matrix17? I can maybe answer it. It's been a while since I've written C++. J-Brat says, okay, I need to work and not make jokes. Yeah, I've written some good enough C++. We can ask Marco Def. Yeah. Is Marco Def still here, or did we scare him off? It still says he's in the chat. Oh boy. Alright. What do we want to do? I want kind of like an H1 at the top-ish. With what? The image, probably? Oops. With probably this. Did you settle on the date for the 12-hour stream? Right, that was what we were gonna figure out. So where's the thing like calendar for September 2020? Isn't there a thing you can Google and it'll just show it here? Anyway. So I want to do it on a Saturday. And I think the 5th is too early. So our choices are basically the 12th or the 19th. To Do we want to do the 12th or do we want to do the 19th? I think I think we had decided the 19th last time. Is that what we want to do? Does that work for you? The 19th is right before our vacation. Is that a problem, Juicebox Hero? I know we're going on vacation on the 20th. Do you think this is a problem? Because then we could do the 12th. Matrix says, is it useful to learn in 2020? I mean, I mean, it's fine. Do you want to drive? Yeah, I can drive. I can drive. Alexa says, wait, you're using templating instead of the latest JavaScript frameworks? Yeah, I don't want to use a JavaScript framework. We don't need any fancy React stuff. It's basically a static website. There's no reason to use any fancy JavaScript here. Sola says, I just had an unexpected phone call with a company that I fit their tech stack super well, but I guess they were looking for someone with 5 years of experience rather than 1. Man. Sometimes companies are annoying like that, but at least I'm in their database now, so if they have a junior position, I'll fit like a glove. Nice. The 12th is better for me. Okay, we're gonna do the 12th then. 12th is gonna be our 12-hour stream. Easy to remember. So let's put that in the Discord. Let's put that in the Discord. The 12-hour stream that Rollers redeemed will take place on September 12th of 2020. See you all there. Oh, we should start it. I think I'm gonna start it earlier in the morning so that we don't go till midnight, because I feel like going till midnight is kind of annoying. So maybe we'll start at like 10 or like 9 instead of super late. What do you guys think? What do you guys think about that? Doesn't seem fine. The plan is to start at 10 a.m. Pacific. Done. Okay, post it in the stream. In the Dick Sword. Yeah, it says butt stuffathon. 12-hour stream. The butt numathon. I mean, we usually like do some other stuff. I usually walk around and stretch and stuff, so it's not like completely butt stuff for 12 hours. The owner server says, no, I'm on holiday on the 19th. All right, well, the 12th is what it is, so that's what we're doing. Assuming that works for Rollers, because Rollers is the one that redeemed it, so I kind of feel bad if he couldn't attend. IRL full day stream, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. I don't think we're doing an IRL stream. Stuffing with some stretching between. Yeah, we need to figure out what stuff we're gonna be doing as well. So that'll be a thing. That will be a thing. That is not what I wanted in my paste buffer. That is not what I wanted in my paste buffer. Why are these windows so strangely sized? There we go. We want this image in here. But I think we're gonna make it bigger. Instead of 64 by 64, let's do, what's another power of 8? 80 by 80? 120? Let's see what 120 looks like. 120. And then what? And then after that, we want some text. Actually, probably don't need an A tag. Span. Maybe we could just do, yeah, span class equals h3. Maybe h2? I don't know. Install.account name. And then we want a link to manage the repos. Install dot, what is that URL? Install not install URL. Manage repos on GitHub. I forget how this. What is the for loop? Oh, there it is. You got it right there. For repo ID repo name in repos. And for oh boy. Class equals what? Where's the rounded thing? Order rounded P2 M2. And we have repo name. Something like that. See what that does. Why is that text giant? Oh, I forgot to end the span. Something like this. We need some padding on this thing. What did we do for this one? PY4. Like that. Anyway, there's the repo. Something like this. And then this will link to like the runs for that repository. A makeover? A makeover? Is that what we're gonna do? Solus says crashing into Lyft headquarters in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. Alexa says, I nominated you for this GitHub README thingy. GitHub README thingy? The README project. Oh, yeah, I heard about this. This is pretty cool. It's basically, what is this weird URL? This is such a cool rendering, though. But why did they take github.com/readme? But yeah, I've read a bunch of these. These are really cool. But yeah, thanks for nominating me for that. That's pretty dope. Jacob.pie says I'm a bit late to the party. Is that Jinja 2? It is for now. I'm probably gonna rewrite the Jinja 2 because I'm a little bit frustrated with Jinja 2. Let's put it that way. Let's put it that way. I'd rather not use Jinja 2. Hey, what's up, ImageFT? Hello. Programmir says that's a lot of fucking text. It's true. Juicebox here says, I have meetings for 3 hours. I'll see you later, Mr. Boyfriend. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be streaming when you're back. Unless, you know, this is one of those wild streams that somehow goes for 4 hours. But I kind of don't suspect that's going to happen. Okay, but anyway, this is kind of the basics of this page. It's just going to list all of the repositories here. It looks pretty empty when I only have one repository. But that's fine, I think. And this, you know, looks pretty jank right now. it's gonna get fixed eventually. Alexa says, "What's the alternative to Jinja 2?" There's a bunch of templating languages in Python, including one that I wrote. The most popular ones are Mako, Mako Python. There's Mako, there's Jinja templates. There's Django. Oops, excuse me, Django templating, which are similar to Jinja, but they're like slightly different. The one that I wrote is a fork of another popular templating language called Cheetah, although Cheetah is essentially dead at this point. But I made a fork of Cheetah called Yelp Cheetah, which is technically the fastest templating language in Python, although no one really uses it. But This is the one that I've written. Crystal Gamer says, "Hey, Jinja 2 is great. So the problem with Jinja 2. Let me show you the problem with Jinja 2. If I print out a variable that just doesn't exist, like this, Jinja 2 is just like, oops. Do this again. If I print out a variable that doesn't exist, like this, Jinja 2 is just like, oh yeah, I got you. I'll just print the empty string. Which is fucking garbage. It should totally give me an error there. There should totally be an error there, but no, it's just like, yeah, whatever, I got you. Namer, no problem, easy. And it tries very hard to not be Python, which is exactly the opposite of what I want. I'd rather be able to do like basic Python expressions in it, but yeah. So I don't like this at all. I'd rather get a name error. Much rather get a name error. NoSQL Know-How says, have to run, but if you get into DynamoDB and need some help, DM me on Twitter, and I'll try and hop back in between things. Awesome. Well, thanks for stopping by. We'll hopefully get to Dynamo stuff. Hopefully. Hey, what's up, Scrumshot? Hello. Welcome to the stream. Alexa says, I've only used Jinja 2 and Django's templating language. Yeah, and Django's stuff is very similar to Jinja 2. Kaz9 says, Fast API is awesome. Yeah, I've heard good things about it. I've not used it myself, though. I have not used it myself. Brokemir says, rewrite it with F strings. Yeah, you could basically do this with F strings. The one concern is that Jinja does provide some value for giving template escaping out of the box, so that's helpful. Also, I love how consistent I am. I got spaces here, but no spaces here. I really need like a Jinja formatter. But I also kind of don't want to use Jinja. So if I were to write this in Cheetah, this is what it would look like. Or in Yelp Cheetah. Do I have syntax hiding for it? I do. I do have syntax hiding for it. It would look like this. Head. Help. Header user. And this would be from helpers import, or I guess it would just be import helpers. And then what? This would be a $sign instead. And this would be an error. that's the important part. This would be an error. But you would get, you know, a for loop. This is supposed to be this. But I don't know. I would much rather write something that, you know, actually errors on things that are broken instead of just being, yeah, no, I got you, cool, no problem there. That sounds dangerous. Yeah, it does feel dangerous. Like you're accidentally not rendering something, and like unless you click on all of your links and make sure that they work properly, you don't really know. But I'd rather get an error. One girl says, "Fuck validations." I mean, validating's good idea usually. Crystal Gamer says, I've never had that problem, to be honest. I mean, yeah. Cas9 says, what are your thoughts on poetry instead of pipenv? Well, I don't like pipenv, so easy. I think poetry's fine. I don't use it myself because I don't really need it. But if you're, you know, looking for a virtual env and dependency manager, then that gets you what you want. Crystal Gamer says, when you say the fastest template, do you have benchmarks? Yes, I do have benchmarks, although I haven't regenerated them in a very, very long time, and I don't think I have them generated for the other templating languages. But let's see, where would those be? These are the most, yeah, the most recent benchmarks are from 2016. And I don't have them for the other templating language. But these are the comparable ones. These ones up here. Also, these are before I got rid of auto self. And before I made optimizations always on. But bigger numbers are better. And yeah. But yeah, the comparison was basically like, 135,000 for Yelp Cheetah, and it was somewhere like 100,000 for Mako, and like, 70 or 80,000 for Jinja. But I don't know, and this was just for variable lookup, and this is honestly the most important part. So there's two important parts for templating languages. One is variable lookup, and the other is string joining. And all the templating languages in Python essentially use the same string joining approach, and so there's not really much that changed there. But yeah. Crystal Gamer says, I don't think the templating engine would be the bottleneck. You would be surprised. So when I started with Cheetah, Cheetah had not been optimized in any meaningful way, and on some pages at Yelp, template rendering was taking upwards of 600 milliseconds. But after like fixing a lot of the nonsense that Cheetah was doing, that 600 millisecond template render was down to like 6 milliseconds. But yeah, it was a significant chunk of render time, but I fixed that. Hey, what's up, Hellman boys? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It kind of makes sense that it was 600 milliseconds. What is the URL scheme? Oh. Deco San Francisco. So the problem with Yelp. Well, holy fucking shit. Did you see how slow that page was to load? Oh, that's one of the problems with Yelp. The problem with Yelp is this is like the only page that people ever land on or use. It's like 80% the business page, like 15% the search page, and like 1% the homepage. And so if Yelp ever has a feature that they want to either make money or get people to click on, they gotta jam it into this page somehow. Which is why this is less busy than it was before. That's probably because this is not an advertiser. And because this business is... oh, it's open. But anyway, basically if Yelp wanted to do anything, they would just throw shit onto this page. So you can see like how fucking busy this is right here. And yeah, like all of this stuff here. But this page is all rendered serially, and so the template rendering for this page used to take 600 milliseconds, which is absurd. Adrian says, I use Fast API at work, so it's nice to have all the docs created automatically. Nice, awesome. And adopted it for personal products. Yeah, I haven't tried it out yet, but I'm planning to do that at some point. Jacob.py says, Python expressions in Jinja would be awesome. Yeah, I agree. Zilla says, that looks better, kind of like jQuery. I mean, not really jQuery, just because it has $signs, though. It's more like PHP, which Brokemeers has pointed out, and Crystal Gamer has pointed out. Brokemeer says, are you going to use Flask WT forms? Probably not. I don't think I have much form data. It's really just going to be like, validating stuff. Hey, Cat Peasant says starting JS with the PHP emote. Image50 says, if I create a dictionary where an item is a certain list I'm editing in a loop, will all dictionary items be the same? Yes. It's also easy to just try it and see what happens. But yes, they will all be the same. Python says, I heard a rumor that Yelp used Apache too. They did for the longest time. However, they have switched to using Uwizki for their web apps. But yes, I used to manage the Apache setup. It actually worked pretty well. There's this one really funny bug that happened this one time. We were using, what is that? New Relic. New Relic was trying to sell their software to us, and if you're not familiar with New Relic, it's basically a piece of software that sits on your web app and like monitors some stuff and like looks for errors and stuff. But they implement this little middleware. And their middleware is implemented in C to go fast because, gotta go fast. And for some reason, we only noticed this when requests from Yelp.com were going directly to Yelp.com because there was this specialized piece of software that I wrote called Pagelets, which would, do a fan out and like render chunks of the page in parallel. But we only noticed this bug when Pagelets were rendering because they were calling into Yelp main. And what was happening was we got this really mysterious error that just said, connection done, success. That was the exception type. Connection done, success. It only happened like 1 out of 1,000 requests or something, so it was really, really hard for us to find out why it was happening, and it happened not at all in development. It also happened not at all in staging. It only happened in production. And we ended up like trying to figure out what's difference between dev and prod, and like we eliminated all sorts of stuff, and like eventually got a prod box in that was not connected to any of the analytics stuffs. And, like, we modified the code in live in production, and like we're able to benchmark a thing there, and got it to reproduce. And then, but we still had no idea why it wasn't reproducing. And then suddenly, the errors went away. They were just gone. Because it turned out that we had turned off the New Relic experiment temporarily, and we're like, and like it took us a while. But we eventually connected to the dots, and what was happening was New Relic's C extension was pissing on memory, and so it was just like taking random strings and sticking them into HTTP headers. And which probably means that, Yelp was just like spewing like password hashes and like all sorts of just random fucking shit out of HTTP headers. And the only reason that the other thing was crashing was due to just like malformed content length headers, and the way that the particular HTTP framework was handling malframed content length was just saying connection done, success. But yeah, we quickly turned that off and said, New Relic, no, we will never use your software, because you fucked our shit. But honestly, like, who knows what stuff it leaked? Like, who knows what crap ended up in HTTP headers? Yeah, that was a fun bug. Really, really, really hard to track down. But once we had tracked it down, we were able to get it to reproduce in development by flipping on New Relic. But what a goddamn mess. But anyway, yeah, that was a fun Apache 2 New Relic problem. Interestingly, the guy who wrote Apache, or wrote Mod Whiskey, which is what we're using for Apache, Graham Dumpleton worked at New Relic at the time, which is why he had expertise in that. And but they had New Relic had no idea when we came to them, and they were like, so you guys know that your thing is stack thrashing or heap thrashing and causing random strings to be printed in HTTP headers. Like, what's going on there, bud? But yeah, we ended up not using that anymore. Hellman Boys has set the MOTD to hey guys. All right. See, my chat bot has noticed this as well. Cat Pesson says template rendering is for front ends, and front ends are bad. Yeah, we should just, people should just use SQL to access all data ever. I agree. It'd be a much simpler world. And yes, my bot no longer has a sub to Pokemon and Julian Hex. Python says, did you have database access at Yelp? I had everything except for root access at Yelp. Actually, no, I did have root. I had everything except for admin, which meant that I had root on most of the boxes. I had prod access because I was a push manager, so I could access the databases to run like push plans and stuff. I could push code. I had access to the IETN background. What else I have? I had ops deputies so that I could root on all the boxes except for the ones that it turned out I didn't have admin, so like whenever I was doing any like partially interesting project, I could not use sudo on the boxes that I needed to use sudo on, and so I would have to like walk over to someone's desk, be like, hi, can you run this command for me? And they'd be like, why don't you just get admin? And I was like, well, because the ops team won't let me have admin, and they would run the command for me, and I'd walk back to my desk. I probably did that like 10 or 20 times a day. But anyway. The other server says, is there a way to preload a Flask app? A cold start sometimes takes 3 seconds. I'm using Junicorn. Yes, there is there's a warm-up hook for Junicorn. I don't remember what it is, and I can't look it up because I don't have any Junicorn apps, but there's a bunch of them at Lyft. But yeah, I don't know. There is a way to do it though. Drunk Time Lord says, so I just learned that Python typing is just as powerful as TypeScript. Time to learn. Yeah, it is. It's essentially, you know, in a lot of ways, the typing module in Python was inspired by the stuff that TypeScript did, and some, you know, in both directions. Dom DF Coding says, sorry I'm late. Been building a shed. Ooh, that's cool. That's cool. Swill6 says, if you're not familiar with New Relic and someone tries to sell it to you, run. Yeah, this was also back in 2014 when New Relic was like brand new startup-y thing. So yeah, that was a whole dealio there. Task failed successfully. Oh man, I'm so far behind in chat. We'll catch up. Error exit value success. Yes. That error sounds like a debugging nightmare. Yo, it was actually it was one of my favorite debugging stories, but yeah, it was a fucking nightmare. Also because it only reproduced in prod. Which was quite a mess. That's crazy irresponsible by that company. I mean, software has bugs. That's just how things go. Like, you can't really expect software to be perfect. In fact, I think the expectation that software is broken is a much more realistic approach to think about stuff. Hey, what's up, Dirt Prees? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing well. Hey, what's up, Metalstorm? Hello, hello. $600 million business. You mean Yelp? Wiki Yelp. Or do you mean New Relic? Yelp. I think Yelp is $1 billion annual revenue, which I don't know how they make $1 billion in revenue. It seems so fake. Let's see, what is New Relic? New Relic. Founded in 2008. I guess they weren't really a startup. Wow, I'm surprised they have 600 million in revenue. I guess it makes sense, but like, the dev engineer says, hey, that is the same error this tool I used in my org says. They built an infrastructure management tool that says, not authorized, successfully modified allocation. You are not allowed to modify resource. Amazing. Capizza says, I ran our website in Valgrind at my first place. Huh, interesting. NGNX says, mod whiskey? Yes, mod whiskey. Jacob71 says, patch mentality, send it with bugs, and users can debug it for you. Kind of. Crystal Gamer says, the grabbing random stuff from memory thing reminds me of another problem of garbage collected languages and crypto or even passwords. There's no free routine, thus they stay in memory longer than wanted. Yeah, that's kind of true. It's kind of true. MJ says, not that it doesn't suck a bit, but I think you can get Jinja 2 to error on undefined variables with environment undefined equals strict undefined. Yeah, I've seen that before. It doesn't work in all cases though. This can get passed through filters and fix stuff. But it's closer to what I want, but it's still like not perfect. But anyway, hey, what's up, Akira Life? Hello, hello, welcome back. And Sosif, how's it going, Sosif? Python NNN says, wait, you had root access on most of the boxes? Damn, yeah, it's true. I had root on boxes that weren't as useful. But yeah. Oracle JDK 14 installed from tar.zzxe. I don't know what that means, Akira. Hello, Paula. Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. And Luke Gree, how's it going? JuiceBot Hero, you're logged in as your bot. My meeting ended early. I get 15 minutes more of Antoine. Who's this JuiceBot Hero? Maribor says, hi. Do we need zip all the time? What's the problem to not write like this? Because it just doesn't work. The comma is for building tuples in Python, so you need to use it for that. Image50 says, how do I use a tree in Python? You can just like build a tree with classes. I find that you almost never need a tree in Python. Like, I find that trees are very, very rare in Python. A lot of times you can replace trees with a sorted list or a deck, depending on what you're using them for. But there's no built-in tree type, so you would have to build your own tree. Octavia says, how do you know when to use object-oriented programming versus functional programming? Well, for me, I try and avoid both of those paradigms. Or at least I try and avoid the like pure functional crap. Like I like to write functions that, you know, are pure functions, but I'm not going to use like map filter reduce. I find that that makes code pretty unreadable. I also find that object-oriented programming patterns also make code a lot harder to read. Like my ideal is like I have some like pure data objects that don't have like any side effecting methods. They're immutable plain data objects, and I, you know, construct those when I need them, pass them around, and have functions that, you know, take them and return them. Capison says there's a nice sorted tree module called blist. Yes, if you you can pip install, you know, you can pip install a bunch of tree implementations. But yeah, there's no standard library. When I talk about built-in, I mean like standard library stuff. Drink Timeline says list comprehensions are technically just map and filter right. Kind of. They're basically like for loop expressions. I think that's the easier way to think about them. But also like they're a lot more readable than map and filter and reduce, in my opinion. But anyway, controversial opinions as you get on the stream. Okay, but that's this page, kind of. I'm gonna fill up my water because I'm an hour and a half into the stream and I should have drank more water by now. But I will be right back and we'll try and make the most recent runs page next. But I will see you guys in a sec. Oh. I'm back, and I brought myself a cookie. Juicebox Hero made these cookies. They're, what are they? Peanut butter, oatmeal, pecan, and pretzel cookies. They're real good. But anyway, I'm gonna eat a cookie on stream. So sorry you guys don't have cookies because they're delicious. Metal Storm says, first equals next iter sum list none is a great functional programming snippet. Yeah, I actually think like this pattern is not the worst. But in a list, you would just do bracket 0. I realize that this does like a default to none if it's not there, which can be nice sometimes. But And I think what I would do instead is like, I think I would do this instead. Maybe something like that. I don't know. Or, you know, just some sequence 0. But you're right. If you're working with an iterable, you kind of need to do that. Or a thing that may be an iterable. Broken Mirror says I would consent that cookie. It's a good fucking cookie. Voodoo says, hi, what are you doing today? We're working on making some of these views work for pre-commit.ci. This is like the homepage. This is like the installation view, which is going to list all the repositories. And then we're going to do another view for all of the runs, which will go pretty well. Brookmere says, if I recall correctly, list comps are faster than map and filter and more readable, of course. Yes, both of those things are true. And the reason they're faster is they are implemented in bytecodes instead of function calls. And function calls in Python are particularly slow. Metalstorm says, x star underscore equals empty list doesn't work. It's true, it doesn't work because there's no elements in that. But it works for all iterables that are 1 or larger. Solus says JavaScript has no list comprehension, so there was a proposal to add comprehensions to JavaScript, and they were supported in Firefox for a while. JavaScript comprehensions. Yeah, they were supported for a while. Interestingly, they're the opposite direction of Python's. They are. Which I actually think is better. I think this is much better than the way Python does it. And the sole reason that it's better is you write out your iteration statement first, and then you get tab completion for everything else after this. This is similar to how Link does their statements. Their Link expressions. But in Python, you have to write the result first, and so you don't necessarily like you. If you're writing out a for comprehension, like naturally you're going to write the loop body, and then you're going to write the loop statement and then the loop body. But list comprehensions flip it backwards, which is kind of annoying. But yeah. Yes, and that's the Juice has linked the recipe, which is literally cookies for Anthony.md. I don't know that you'll all be able to do step 10, but I mean, if you guys want to send me cookies. I don't know that everyone is going to recognize this as all-purpose flour, though. But it took me a while. What's a cap flour? But yeah. Anyway, there's the recipe if you guys want them to. The server says, why do you Americans say pretzel when it is actually bretzel? Why are you not letting me click on this? What? It's actually pretzel? These look fucking delicious. What are these? I didn't know that they were called pretzels. Yet, for some reason they were invented by Italians? But popularized in Germany? Interesting. Well, I guess you learn something every day about pretzels. Brokemir says, Americans being uncultured are even surprised. It's true, it's true. Metalstorm says, I thought you were saying things are equivalent to what I posted. No, I was just saying how I would normally write it. Metalstorm says, filter map next, etc. are better when you're using generator/yield, and you can get performance gains from that. Not compared to generator expressions. The function call overhead is always going to be slower. Tom DF Coding says, can us Europeans get a version of this recipe in metric units, in non-freedom units, right? Kepis says, that just says, Anthony, I can just feed it to my dad. Nice. Wait, am I your dad, Cat Peasant? Stream just got a little more uncomfortable. G says, it's because Germans have a non-plosive B, but Americans do not. And non-plosive B's kind of sound like unvoiced B's, which are P's. What? Linguistics. But anyway, what were we doing? What were we doing? Oh. I actually want to change how this works. Oops, tab size 2. Is the music stopped? It feels like the music has stopped. It's just real quiet today. Bump that up and see what happens. Hey, what's up, Wally's Slima? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing well. H4? H3? Let's try H4. Let's see what this looks like. And we'll put like some GitHub icon here so that it doesn't look so plain. Maybe we'll even put the status badge here as well. Be kind of nice. Scylla says, sorry, this recipe is only available in monster truck fuel tanks per Eagle wingspan units. Hidden issue on GitHub. It's true, it's true. Workmate says, the legacy of George W. Bush will always be remembered to be choking on pretzels. I didn't... Did that happen? Did that happen? George Bush choking on pretzels. This is a risky Google, right? The president injured himself when he fainted after choking on a pretzel. What? I had no idea. I had no idea. It got into the president's windpipe as he was watching a football game on television. Fucking obscure thing. I had no idea that was a thing. I thought it was when he had the shoes thrown in. Yeah, I think the shoes is more memorable. Janie Spy says, I just spent literally 60 minutes trying to debug something only to realize the tester had a double underinit.py causing it. Unbelievable. Huh. I usually put in double underinit.py in mine. But then again, I also don't use source layout, so... Gavin says, that must have been a tough pretzel with a strong right jab. Let's see, what are you testing, Andrew Linux? What are you testing, buddy? Okay, we need to make another view. Web app. App.route slash yeah, we're gonna spell these out instead. Install repo service install ID and repo ID. And repo service stir install ID int repo ID int to stir. We'll implement that in a second. And this is going to be run. Run! We're actually going to change the format of this to match this instead. But we gotta change a bunch of stuff to make that work, unfortunately, because the data stuff. Internet says your chat doesn't have my second badge. You already complained about this once this stream. Your badge is pretty obscure in JulianX. I don't know what you want me to do. There's also like literally hundreds of badges on Twitch, and I think I've gotten most of the popular ones at this point. I think I've gotten most of the popular ones. Badge. Yeah, so we have staff, moderator, VIP, broadcaster, founder, subscriber, premium, turbo, sub-gift leader, sub-gifter, hype train, bits, bits leader, and partner. The best badge. But yeah. Anyway. So I said I had test library init.py, which was bringing imports and test files. I guess assuming the module didn't have the import, I was trying. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. The answer says I had a hard time figuring out how MPG works. We say like 5 gallons per 100 miles. Yours is the exact opposite. Yeah. It's weird. The fraction is flipped. I actually feel like the fraction makes more sense. Well, I mean, I grew up in the U.S., so I feel like the number of miles per gallon makes way more sense than liters per kilometer. But I don't know. I'm okay being wrong. James Twice says, do you ever get demotivated with open source? I get stuck on so many things, working solely as a single contributor, that it's so frustrating. Yeah, sometimes. More often than not, I get frustrated with other people in open source than like particularly technical problems. But yeah, I don't know. I do get demotivated sometimes. I feel that. Internet says you need the GLHF badge. What is the GLHF? If it's actually important, I'll add it. But I suspect that it's not that important, right? Good luck, have fun. Make gaming inclusive for everyone. Oh, I see. Yo, Eric.dev with a rate of 42 people. Eric.dev, welcome to the stream, Raiders. I guess we'll take a detour from this. I will let me give you a shout out so that my followers can watch your stream in the future as well. But welcome everyone. Let's see. My name is Anthony, and usually on my stream I write Python or other related technology. Today we're working on a tool called pre-commit.ci, which is intended to be a hosted continuous integration framework for running linters and code formatters and other stuff, based on the pre-commit framework, which is a piece of open source software. Oh no, why are you no render? Okay, anyway, fixed. Pre-commit is a githooks and linter code formatter framework that I created. I, on my stream, mostly do stuff with Python, usually working on open source stuff. I maintain a bunch of open source projects in Python, things like PyTest, Flake8, Talks, pre-commit, a bunch of code formatters, a bunch of linters, PyFlakes, libsass Python, dead snakes, I don't know, a bunch of junk. And most of the time I spend working on open source. However, we've been working on this startup-y project for a while, which at the moment is closed source, because I want to make a pro version and maybe turn this into a living, because I am currently unemployed because I was laid off in April. But anyway, welcome to the Stream Raiders. What were you working on today, Eric.dev? If you don't mind me asking. Cold always says, how long have you been writing Python? I've been writing Python for a little over 8 years. GDSY says, I got gifted a sub. Thanks, stranger. Indeed. Who was that gifted you a sub? It was probably... Let's see. I don't actually have it in my list. I thought it was from Kevin's Joburg, but I could be wrong. Also, hello Eric.dev and Cold Always and Geolun. Thank you all for the follow. Welcome to the stream, and I appreciate the raid again, Eric.dev. Same, I mostly work on open source software also. Oh, that's cool. I'm trying to build an RTMP switcher in Rust. Real-time, what is RTMP? Real-time messaging protocol. Ooh. Ooh. That's cool. Are you building a streaming service, or like what are you using it for? Hey, what's up, Bonkers Thor? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Ah, from iSomething. iSomething is a good sub-gifter. They're here today, right? I think I saw them earlier. iSomething. Or not iSomething. iSatisfied. Yeah, they're here. Eric.dev says it's the protocol you're using to stream to Twitch right now. Yeah, that was what I was seeing here. At least I think I'm using. Well, I assume everyone uses RMTP. It's all the same protocol. Although there used to be several choices for the protocol for Twitch, but I think I got rid of the other ones. But anyway, that's cool. What are you planning to do with it? Or are you using it to stream to Twitch? Are you gonna build like some sort of generative game or something? What's the plan, Eric.dev? Also, do you actually own Eric.dev? Is this you? Hey, what's up, Bafane65? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Is this you, Eric.dev, or is there a different? Oh, it says live stream, so it's probably you. Let's see. Where's the Twitch? Yeah, it is you. Cool. Literally Eric.dev. Nice. I want to create a way for conferences to do a linear feed. You want a channel, but a producer can switch between streamers and an MC. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that makes sense. Go back to recorded versions of your content or play a playlist of media. Nice. Yeah, I always find that like the switch over conferences can be super awkward, and like there's some software that does that, but how to be doxxed, says Catmas. I feel like anyone else could make that jump, you know? Also, like, you can go to acetility.dev and sure as shit, it goes to my GitHub profile. So, like, I guess it's not really doxing, but if you went to, I guess I have my full names. That's essentially, you can actually find out a lot of information just based on a full name on the internet. Like, you could find my address if you really wanted to. You could also find my phone number. But please don't send me stuff. I organized GopherCon and we're going virtual for the first time, and the virtual experience is terrible. Oh, I see. Wait, GopherCon, but you're writing Rust? The mortal enemy of Go? Interesting. Hey, what's up, Tech Tay? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. GeniusY says 5,000 commits. What kind of script did you write for that? Oh, this? A couple. So this day was a little bit scripted. Some of it. Partially because, what did I do? I upgraded pre-commit hooks that day. So this part was scripted. But most of these commits are legit. Like I usually do, 5 to 10 things a day. I'm Digius says it's especially easy if you have a unique name or if it's spelled uniquely. Yeah, there are so interestingly, there are 6 Anthony Satilis. Well, according to the internet, there are 6 Anthony Satilis in the United States, or Sotile if you're pronouncing it properly. Interestingly, I know 4 of them, including myself, and of those 4, all 4 of them are in tech. And I've gotten messages from 2 of them that have said, hey, I got a job offer, but I'm pretty sure it's for you. So thank you. And I'm like, sure, like, fuck the system, go for it, man. Because when you search Anthony Sotile, you're obviously gonna get my content. and not the other people. But yeah, you get my Twitter, you get my LinkedIn. I don't know this person. You get my GitHub. My GitHub again. I think you get my Facebook. You get my podcast stuff. You get my website. I don't know. It's basically just me. Although then again, I see search results differently than you guys, but yeah, it's close enough. Hey, what's up, Hassan Ashkar? Thank you for the follow. And Ethan has resubscribed with Twitch Prime for 14 months. Appreciate the resubscription, Ethan. Ethan's been here forever. Ethan followed me on day 1 of streaming. way back when. Eric.dev says, I also work in DevRel for Microsoft, and we have a similar issue for a video platform we have. Oh, I see. Nice. Captain says, how else could you feed those cookies, right? Or how else could we feed you the cookies? Oh, because you would find me from doxing. Wait, really? This is not my address, but that's oddly weird. I wonder if you do. I wonder if you do this. No, it doesn't work either. Oh, weird. It thinks that I live in Napa. That's not true. Can you imagine if I lived in Napa? Eric.dev says, learning Rust to write this, it's C++ interop is better. You don't have to take the performance hit of Seago. Yeah, I know that. I know that feel. Binier says, it's Anthony's Goom Baddies. What? Hey, what's up, Konik? Welcome back. Good to see you. Binier says, OnlyFans? I mean, Google doesn't return my OnlyFans. Ethan says, I still vaguely remember you messaging Rebuild about you streaming. Yeah, I used to message Rebuild. I haven't done that in a while. I'm now in the like Discord mapped version of Rebuild, because I always forget to open IRC, but I do talk in there sometimes. Somebody added me the other day, and I did not scroll back to read it. What did they say? Where is the message? I don't even remember how to use Discord. But anyway, yeah. Rebuild. Hey, what's up, Outdated Version? Hello. Welcome back. The Endless River says, what does a session cookie do? Just curious. Are you talking about for Flask or in general? So there are, when you have a web cookie, you can set particular expirations on them. And there's 2 types of expiration. One is session cookies, which will just expire when you close the browser. The other is time-based expiration, where after a certain amount of time, it will discard that cookie. And in old browsers, if you had too many cookies, it would just start deleting random ones, which was always a fun thing. Or the cookie header would get so large that the web server would reject it. Which we actually ran into cookie death at the concept, or at least we called it cookie death. I don't know if, let's see, cookie death. I don't know. That's what we called it. But anyway, if you hit, I think it's like 4096 bytes or something in the cookie header, that suddenly many web browsers and web servers would just start rejecting it. But then again, this was back in the era of like IE6 and IE7 being a thing, so things have probably changed since then. But Yelp actually ran out of bytes in the cookie header because they used cookies for really dumb things, and so we had to like reclassify and like manage all of our cookies, like move a lot of stuff to session storage, and like have basically a better management of that instead of in cookies. But yeah. Heathen says our messaging setup is a clusterfuck. Yeah, there's IRC, there's Matrix, there's Discord, there's Slack. Isn't there another one now too? There's like so many. Like it's all bots now. Eric.dev says, sorry to raid and run, but my family's watching it, waiting on me for dinner. If you're still streaming a bit, I'll pop back in. Well, thanks for stopping by, and thank you again for the raid, and I'll have to check out your channel as well. Let me open up your channel in a tab. Is there a way to just... I wish there was a follow button from Twitch chat. That would be dope. And I will follow you and check out your stream in the future. But yeah, thank you again for the raid. Oh, we got a notification. What is my notification here? Oh, this was an interesting one. So I've been working a lot with Podman and like doing some debugging and stuff. There's this Podman system reset command, which is supposed to like clear out all of the stuff on your machine, like delete all the containers, pods, images, and build cache. And it was also deleting my storage configuration, which was quite surprising. I would just like mysteriously notice that, oh wait, all of my overlay configuration has just disappeared. But it looks like they have changed the way this works to no longer delete the configuration. Yeah, just did armor ref on that directory. Amazing. What if this wasn't Podman's configuration? What if someone else had put something in config containers? Anyway, they fixed it by no longer deleting, so I guess that's good. Prove error. I guess they just like accumulate errors and then print out each of them. Interesting. Interesting, but yeah, I reported this bug and they fixed it, which is cool. Still a couple more issues on Podman that have not gotten fixed that I have suggested yet. Where's the other ones? This one. Related to the Podman system reset command, if you switch overlay drivers, it crashes while trying to clean up everything. So you can't actually clean it up, which is amazing. But anyway, Podman seems pretty good so far, though. IRC Matrix, Discord, Slack, and XMPP, those are the ones that I remember. Oof. Have you ever emulated an RPI using QEMU? I have not. Maybe someone in chat has, though. Programmer says, would be great to have response times like this with closed source suppliers. Oh, you mean like with the response time that Podman has? Yeah, Podman, I've been very impressed with the rate at which they reply to issues and manage their software. I was very, very scared and skeptical, given that it's a Red Hat project and they're usually kind of slow about replying to stuff. But I've been very impressed with the speed at which things have been happening there. My friend messaged me about some stuff. RJ says, it still got some rough edges, but I fully switched now as well. Yeah. Fortunately, I've been like finding rough edges and like reporting them, and they get fixed. Like it's been pretty nice. Actually, there's one that hasn't been fixed, but no one knows why it's happening, which is kind of weird. Author me, I don't know why that's off screen. This one has been really hard to reproduce. It also doesn't reproduce on this computer. It only reproduces on my other computer, which makes me concerned that I have hardware problems. But creating two containers and then checking their status and then stopping them. Sometimes one of these containers will mysteriously get stopped as it's stopping the other one and produce an error. Here's the, yeah, it'll just say like this container does not exist. Why is this formatted so strange? Oh, because this was from Python. I just copy and pasted this. Let's see. But interestingly, like if you look at this container, and it's running Sleep Infinity, like there's literally no way Sleep Infinity is going to crash. So something fishy's going on here. But I need to update to the latest version and see if this is still reproducing. Except for Podman Compose, which is still a bit rubbish. I'm not using Podman Compose, so I don't know what's up with that. What are you linking me? Angelinux, is this another Rickroll? No, this is so true though. Works on my machine, then we'll ship your machine, and that is how Docker was born. Actually, I think this is really great. This mentality is actually really great. And A lot of times when people report bugs, I'll ask them to like build a Docker image for me, and that makes it a lot easier for me to figure out what's broken and what's going on, and like actually debug it and fix it. So I actually think this is actually pretty good thing. Data Version says mysterious stopping is just built-in chaos and engineering. # marketing, right? Ethan says, why do people still perpetuate the myth that Apple devices are more secure than Windows? Fucking Apple devices. Yeah, what a mess. I wonder if I still have that meme on my desktop, or is it on the other computer? That's on the other computer. Anyway, you can imagine the meme. It was like it was Steve Jobs holding something, and it was like, I'm not gonna get COVID-19. I run Mac OS or some shit like that. To joke about, you know, not getting viruses on a Mac or whatever. Binary says debug a whole system instead of the issue. I mean, it allows me to reproduce their issue, which is often the hardest part about actually getting to the bottom of fixing a bug, which is like actually being able to see the bug and you know, investigate what's going on there. Capazza says, I have a question about Rust, but I guess it applies to Python too. Have you ever mixed async await with a data structure? So I'm writing a B tree with async loading of nodes, and it's polluting the entire API with async stuff. I don't suppose you have any experience with this. So what I would suggest with your data structures is to not make the data structure async, because you're rarely going to get any benefits out of, you know, having async APIs in the actual data structure. But have your building code be async and like have that insert into your data structure, and just make sure that your data structure itself is like internally thread safe or you know, whatever your synchronization protocol is. Hey, what's up, RNV Dev? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Or what you can do is like collect all your data in an async fashion and then have a thing that builds the tree synchronously. That way you don't have to deal with the threading parts, and generally if you're dealing with async await, your CPU bound stuff does not benefit from being async at all. Async is like a virus that spreads across your whole app. It's true, it's true. It's very, very true. Apple versus Epic Games, why I'm willing to pay a premium for security, privacy, and peace of mind. People like that, man. They just want to suck Apple's dick. That's really all they want there. Please, Apple, please, let me pay more for your super expensive hardware. Give me your shiny brushed aluminum, daddy. Fucking Apple. Anyway. Let's see. Brokemir says, big noob here. Should data structures not be immutable in async scenarios? That is a good question. I don't know if that's a noob question. I think that's kind of like a more advanced question. I think it depends on what you're doing. If they're shared, like global data structures, then I think immutability is a very good idea. But you know, if they're just local resources, like there's no reason to make them immutable. Apple customers are a strange crowd. I mean, the fanboys are a strange crowd, in my opinion. That was Miguel. I don't know who that is, Ethan. I don't know who that is. Are they an important person that I should probably know? But I don't. Anyway, let's what was I doing? Is it still working? Is it still working? Oh, the one kind of annoying thing is I would love for this to redirect back to this page when it's done, but instead it's gonna always take you back to this homepage. Actually, that's probably better. That way I can use the eventual consistency of repository setup. But actually, one thing I want to see is if I go to here and I add a repository, does this show up on this page now? It does not. Damn. Where's my webhook? Where's my webhook? That time we got webhook. Why didn't it do the webhook in the other direction? Did GitHub just drop the webhook on the floor? Yeah, there's the webhook. Oh, I see what happened. I probably have not implemented the webhook code. Oh yeah, sure shit. Look at this great implementation here. Look at this great implementation here. Sample request. Do I have a sample request for this? I do not. So we should break a point on this one. Break point. And figure out what is going on here. I've learned to put paths after breakpoint. I really need to dig into CPython at some point and figure out how to fix this, because this is really annoying to me when it's at the end of the block and breakpoint jumps to whatever the next thing is. But let's jump into that. So manage. And then we will remove this. Print json.dumps data indent equals 2. Reload. This is installation repositories remove. Installation repositories removed on JSON. Okay, so that's removal. Let's look at what we get for added. Added. Added.json. Cool. Cool. Ethan says, I feel like the argument walled gardens are okay for security's sake is very similar to cerulean state is okay for security's sake. Yeah, I agree with that too. I also think that walled gardens are not actually a good security posture. And it's still built on like trust and like not actually going to change things. But S9 says best known for starting Gnome, Mono, and Xamarin. Oh, I guess that guy is kind of big. Internex says, are you going to add the GLHF badge? Probably not. Probably not. You're the only person in my chat that has it, Angelinax. So, Banier says not when they create their own isolated problems or really old versions have tons of CVEs. Yeah. Brookmere says I love GNOME. I use GNOME. It works well. Brookmere says I'm a foot lover. You see. Cold Always says, how often do you use complex regex in the real world? My brain is hurting. I think most regexes can be written in a better way otherwise. But we do have some complex ones in my chatbot, if you want to see some of those. I guess this one isn't that complicated. It's a little bit complicated. This is to parse the IRC protocol. There's a more complicated one that I wrote in one go on stream. Where is it? It's for the top 10 chat thing. Top 10 chat. Top 10 chat. This regex here. We wrote this in one go. I do find that like I use regexes a lot. I don't know that I like try and use complex regexes, and honestly if you're writing a complex regex you're probably better to write some sort of parser for it instead. This one, although it looks complex, is actually not as complicated as it looks. Like explaining this actually isn't so bad. Like literal brackets, some character that is not a bracket, or some number of characters that are not a bracket, another bracket. So this is matching this timestamp here. Then we're matching what is this star for? Oh, then we're matching any number of characters that are not an angle bracket. So that's matching these characters here. Then we're matching an angle bracket with a username or a star with a username. So it's actually not that complicated. It looks like a lot of symbol splat, but when you break it down into its components, it's not so bad. Binary says, comment, figure this out later. When you create a regex and use it over and over, it gets embedded into your brain. Yeah, that's kind of true. Internet says, does Python not have an alternative to NodeMon? It does, there are some, but I don't know. I'd rather explicitly restart my app instead of debugging debugging some annoying iNotify thing, because they are usually kind of buggy now. But yeah. Nginx says your Prime badge should show up. Yeah, see, Prime works. Prime where the cheer badge works. Either of those are supported in my chatbot. Bookmaker says, if it's hitting too often, make the regex more complex. My recipe for success in regexing. Binary says, I thought I heard sweet Anisha. I don't know what that is. Kappa says, now you have \d plus problems. So a fun thing about \d in Python. And this is a bug that I see in all sorts of Python code. It matches, you know, numbers like that, which works great. I don't need you to get data, do I? 4x in range. Char x dot is digit print x. Oh no, print car x. There's an interesting thing about the way regexes work in Python, where you can take any of these other non-integer numbers, such as this one, and if you do \d plus and match on it, it matches this non-number character. I mean, it is a number character, it's just not the English standard number that you would expect. I think you can also intify these numbers too. Yeah, like this is apparently the number 3, but in some other wacky language. And the fix to this is to use re.ascii, and then you can only match the ASCII numbers, or to explicitly do, you know, 0 to 9 as your regex there. But I've encountered many a bug due to things like this, which I think is kind of a funny little side effect of how Python's regexes work. Journey in AI says parsimonious library parser is pretty neat. BNF based parsing. Yeah, I've also used PyParsing as well. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. There are too many special characters to know. Not really. What's up, ObSec says, oh look, it's AWC. It's true, it is me. Welcome. AWC doesn't read his emails. I do read my emails. I read my emails. See? These are my emails. I have a few that are unread at the moment, but I already read this one. It's a comment somebody made on a YouTube video. I just have to reply to it, but I'm not going to reply to it on stream. I mean, I don't read my emails. Of course I read my emails. Hey, what's up, Dim Sum Card? Hello, welcome back. Otherwise, he would know what Hacktoberfest is. I know what Hacktoberfest is. I have fucking t-shirts. I did it last year and the year before. Why do you accuse me of such things? What's my ObSec? Brookamere says, what happens if you use Unicode normalize NKFD, that symbol? Is there a function for this? Normalize on this character. How am I supposed to call this? Like this? Unicode data normalize. Normalize form NFKD. I'm just dumb. I'm just dumb. Don't mind me. Oh, I typed it wrong again. NFKD. Nothing. Changed nothing about the character. Valid forms are NFC, NK. I guess it does nothing. Nothing at all. Oh, you typed NKFD. That's why I was messed up. Okay, I see. I see. He's not in Discord with the other cool people. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Shazarat says, I'm sorry, but this code isn't good enough for me to view. Unsubbed, unfollowed, just joined my computer. Oh, the Hacktoberfest Discord? Yeah, I don't belong in there. Okay, but anyway, what were we doing? We recorded these JSONs. JQ dot sample request, payload, installation, repositories, removed. I wonder what happens if we remove and add at the same time. Interesting that there's two fields here. Maybe I can handle both of these the same. Yeah, let's just do that. Add in, removed, data stored dot installation repos remove, GitHub data installation ID. Moved equals repo ID for repo in data repositories removed. Added equals repo ID for repo in data repositories added. Cool. What was the code for that symbol? Where did it go? It'd be UA9F3. Internet says the line is too long. Which line? What are you talking about? What is this URL? Oh, I see. Oh, we could actually redirect to the proper place if we get this data back. Ooh, I like that idea. I like that idea. Let's do that. Let us do that. Oh, you wanted to just spam it in chat? I see. You're gonna try and find bugs in my chatbot? I wonder what happens if you do pep this. Does that show up? Oh, it works! Oh yeah, we did some fun stuff with that. Interesting. It does work. What is pep 3? I think I would know the one-digit ones. Guidelines for handling bug reports. Withdrawn. Withdrawn. Amazing. Cool. Binary says it'd probably be more respectful if you wait till Anthony isn't streaming to spam/test the chatbot. I think it's fine. You know, sometimes we also work on the chatbot on stream, so I think it's fine. You guys are free to do whatever you want. But if you're being obnoxious, I'm gonna tell you to fuck off. So, but I think, you know, testing the bot's fine. What was I doing? Yeah, I take the bot offline when I'm not streaming, but you can clone it and run your own version of it. So it's not hard to test it if you really wanted to. Shazrat says duly noted. Okay, so thing didn't die for some reason. But yeah, let's manage repos. We're gonna remove this. Oh, we didn't actually implement this function. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Web data store. Install repos. Remove service stir. Install ID stir repos. Sequence. Int. Should put list event. It doesn't make a difference. Sequence is more correct. Delete from install repos where service equals that and install ID equals that and repo ID equals that. Rows equals this. Oh, this code is wrong, so we gotta fix some stuff here. It's fine though. Should be int. How did I put stir here? Sequence tuple int stir. The reason I'm making this little helper function here is I can reuse that up here. Where is it? Here? Yeah. I realize this table is not getting cleaned up. We gotta clean that up as well. Cascading deletes are so annoying. Service install AD. Hey, what's up, Pepe guy? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Internet says pre-commit.ci is half open source. It's not though, not at all. Shazrat says, I swear I'm gonna figure out that Babby bug, by the way. I spent a couple hours on it yesterday. It's a lot more complicated to me than I expected. Yeah. Python Internet says, sup, Anthony? How's the checkmark life been treating you? Oh, pretty verified, you know. It's going well, it's going well. Angel says, I can type tabs in Babby. Nice. Did you implement tabs there, Angelix? Did you get that working? Cool. Cool. Let's see if we've got that. Oh wait, I need to fix. Where is it? Sick. Oh, we want to do that special redirect thing, right? Yo, what's up, Tan and Biff? How's it going? Welcome back. Good to see you. Angelix says, would you merge the PR if I open one? How does it work, Angelix? How does your PR work? I don't quite know how the setting is gonna work in the eventual implementation. Oops. Dropped my pen. T tab size. That's not how I would do that. I would have like a separate command. Otherwise you're getting into like stringly typed shenanigans, which is a bad API, Andrew Linux. I don't know, what does Vim use? It's like expand tabs. Vim. Oh, it's set ET. I don't know how to unset it though. Daniel says, pretty good. Hopefully you too. Yeah, I'm doing well. The air is really bad here right now. So I've been a little struggling with that, but other than that, it's going pretty well. What should I use? I don't know, figure out what Vim does. Do something similar to Vim. Daniel says, did you have experience with Elasticsearch at Lyft? Yes, I also had experience with Elasticsearch at Yelp. It's mostly fine. Worked well enough. Fixed Place says, holy shit, it actually arrived, not gonna lie, I almost didn't expect to see it, I'm so hyped. The headphone cable, for those wondering. Oh, cool, nice. Why did you not expect a headphone cable to show up? That seems like something that would be, you know, pretty easy to have expectations. Andrew Next says, I missed it, what should I use? Something similar, figure out what Vim does and do something similar to Vim. Or just make a command for it. That makes sense. That's not that. Question for you then. What did you guys use to sync data from MongoDB? We didn't really use Elasticsearch much for like serving front-end web traffic. Most of our usage of Elasticsearch was for log aggregation, and unfortunately Lyft had like a very terrible, awful homegrown custom log pipeline thing based on some technology that hasn't been able to be built from source since 2014 called Hekad. And like some other fancy stuff. I think most of that has been rewritten using Kafka since I left. Or at least it was like almost done being rewritten in Kafka by the time I was laid off. But most of the caching layer that Lyft used for like you know, front end stuff was in Redis, and it wasn't like synced from Mongo. It was just like when a request was made, it would try the cache first and like fall back to Mongo. We didn't do any like eager population of caches. But it's been 2 months since you ordered it. Holy shit. Fix plays. Glad it finally showed up though. Glad it finally showed up. Okay. What was I doing? Don't remember what I was doing. Oh, I think we're going to test this. We're going to add a repo. Save. And then this should hopefully have 2 repos. Cool. And if we remove a repo, it should have 1 repos. Cool. Okay, I'm going to make it redirect to this page next because I think that's a much better user experience. Pre-commit web app. When login has a target, maybe reconsider some of the API requests. I think I had more stuff that was happening here before. Actually, I realize now that maybe going to the homepage is best. Yeah, we're just gonna not fix this for now. We'll just leave that as something else to do. Tanner says, if you had to sync data from source X to Elastic, what would you do? For example, for Mongo, I'm thinking about tailing the oplog and running my custom functions to synchronize it. Yeah, I think that's probably what I would do as well. For Yelp, we had an ingestion pipeline that was based on the MySQL bin log, and that worked pretty well. It was essentially just like a tailor, and you can fan it out as much as you need to or don't need to. That's probably what I would do. Tato says, or use Logstash if they have something flexible. I'm unfamiliar with Logstash myself. Outdated version says, I'm struggling with developer environments. Docker Compose is too heavy locally, so I guess remote Kubernetes namespaces or something is the play. Wait, that sounds like the opposite direction. Kubernetes sounds like way more heavy-handed than Docker Compose. Or do you mean like you don't have enough computer to run your instance locally? I guess that would make sense. Maybe I read that wrong. But you're gonna hate your life if you have to debug on a remote machine. Personally, IMO. But yeah, I don't know. Tino says, then I could set up something on Airflow to run at midnight to do a full resync just to make sure there aren't any state leftovers. Yeah, that would make sense. That would make sense. Okay. Let me just run MyPy and see where I'm at right now. Function is missing return type annotation. That's unusual for me. None. Argument to install represent has incompatible stir expected int. What's this int? User's not defined. Right, we had to change how run key works. Oh, that's gonna be annoying. That's gonna be annoying, because this now becomes... install ID as int, and repo ID as an int, and run ID as a stir. Unfortunately, MyPy is going to tell me all the things that are wrong. Run key has no attribute repo. Do we actually care about the install? I don't think so. But I might have to go back and fix my Dynamo table. Service repo ID. I actually don't care about the install at all, do I? That shouldn't be part of this key. Yeah, we don't care about the install. We just care about the repo ID. Even though we don't have a way to map back to the install ID, but I think that's fine. Just MyPy our way through the rest of this. AngelNext says, should I use expand tabs? I don't know. Vim has set no expand tab. Maybe we should use the same as the Vim command with set. I'm not sure though. I don't know. We can always change it later. So just like figure out something that's not strictly typed and we can always change it. Updated Rich says, you know, I'm struggling. Oh, I already read this one. I'm ahead of that on chat. Ian says, for a single node, Docker Compose is really nice. I should switch to Podman though. Do you know if Docker still has issues with C groups? I feel like everything always has issues with C groups one way or another. Also, how's it going, Tanabiff? Welcome back. You've got Turbo. You got this fancy Turbo badge, which shows as a king because I couldn't find a battery that looked alright. I'm using the same as the. Oh, you just changed your badge. Wait, I'm so confused. You changed it from Hype Train Conductor to Turbo. What? Just confused. I'm so confused. Docker is heavy on a Mac. Yeah, that's true. Hey, what's up, Mouse619? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Not cleaning it up, or have they fixed that already? I don't know. I'm actually no longer using Docker. I'm using Podman instead. On MacBooks, they're decked out and technically run without too many issues. The process is just slow. Maybe the issue is more so the debug tooling than the environment itself. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, something like that in Linux. What is the Turbo badge? Turbo is a service you can pay for at Twitch. It's kind of like Twitch Prime, but it has some other stuff. It has some other stuff. Run create. Should be repo ID. Runs local on 73. Return run key. Repo ID. Wait, didn't I just adjust this function? Do I have two run creates? What was the other file I just... Oh, that was runs dynamo. Got it. That seems wrong. Yeah. We do everybody. Cool. You don't reference it at all, though. ID equals data repo ID. Unexpected character after line continuation character. Well, that was weird. That was weird. Timif says, basically with Twitch Turbo I pay a fixed fee so I don't get any ads whatsoever, so I don't have to subscribe to a whole lot of channels, rather I gift subs. Nice. Updated version says, for a product there are roughly 10 dependencies must be brought up, so doing so is rather slow, particularly on CI. Having to run all of them and then the acceptance test is so heavy. This is why remote environments made sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Dr. Cheese Weasel says, are you forcing types on those functions or am I misreading that? Yes, we're type annotating stuff. And if you want a video about that, about an introduction to typing in Python, I made a video about this. You can check out my thoughts on that, Dr. Cheese Weasel. Mixplace says, I was expecting a difference going from single-ended to balanced, but this is huge, totally worth getting the cable. Oh, nice. Oh, your headphones cable. Yes, yes, yes. James Boyne says, I'm a little new to Python, but can someone explain the difference between Pylint and MyPy and when to use which one? So MyPy is specifically for type checking and doesn't handle other style or, you know, code structure issues. Whereas Pylint can have checks for other things like that. Pylint also has some amount of type checking, although I find that Pylint's type checking is kind of bad and doesn't work all that well, and is actually the reason that I don't use Pylint, because it's kind of annoying. But yeah, they're both static analysis tools, although I would actually argue that both of them are more on the dynamic side than on the static side, because they have to like trace your code and figure out where your imports come from and do stuff like that. Whereas like a true static analysis tool would just read, you know, the bytes on disk and make changes based on that. What is my phone mad about? Somebody called me. Some number I don't recognize. Probably spam. Probably spam. Okay, but let me look at the other constructions of run key and see whether we have more things to fix. I'm just gonna do this even though it's not necessary. Just because I've changed this type so many times and this is a little bit safer. Sandriel says I missed the nail polish. Well, we might do the nail polish again. So we're doing a 12-hour stream on the 12th of September, and yeah, we might end up doing nail polish. Might do makeup. Could you imagine me with makeup on? That'd be fucking wild. Actually, I think the eyeliner might actually look kind of decent. Who knows? But Shenserbeth says, did you get like a billion spam email calls after or pre-IPO? That shit is crazy. Yeah, I got so many fucking emails right after IPO, which were like, oh, now that you've IPO'd, would you like to move to a different company because you've gotten your windfall and like definitely don't need any more money? But yeah, there was a whole deal about that right after IPO. There were also a lot of calls pre-IPO to like try and get insider information, which like I didn't have any, so I could honestly just be like, nope, I have no idea. Sandra says that would be wild eyeliner on point. Yeah. And Ifris agrees as well. Yeah, well, might be a sub goal. We'll see what we do there. We still haven't really figured out what we're gonna do for the 12-hour stream, but I'm sure we'll figure some stuff out there. Hey, what's up, rollers? Hello. Wait, why did it didn't render for me for some reason? Did I miss any good dumpster file? You had a work meeting. I mean, there was some dumpster fire. What was the spice earlier? The the code is acceptable quality. Fuck, what was it? I don't remember the meme anymore. But there was a new meme that was born. Rollers, we've decided. Wait, are you available on the 12th of September? Because you're the one that redeemed this. So we got to make sure that you're gonna be there. Otherwise, we'll pick a different day. But are you gonna be around on the 12th of September for the 12-hour stream? Shasta says, are people trying to buy out your shares at certain price above IPO? Yo, I wish people bought my shares above IPO. Lyft fucking tanked after the IPO. I would have sold instantly if somebody's like, yeah, when your shares free up, I'll pay you. I would have taken IPO price. That would have been another. Well, I'm not gonna tell you how much money, but it would have been a lot more money. 12 should be good. Perfect. Great. Dark Ice says, hello, what would you recommend for a foreign programmer who wants to work for a company in the US but has no real work experience? I mean, apply. The interesting thing about the tech workforce is a good chunk of it is imported, well, in the US, a good chunk of the tech workforce is imported labor, so to speak. And so, like, you know, applying to companies is definitely a thing, and a lot of them have visa support if, you know, you're looking to actually move to the US and work there. But currently, there's a fuck ton of remote work. I would just, like, try and do it and see what happens. Ravencross says, what are you trying to do? If you do Bank Project, you can check out what I'm working on. I'm slowly building out a CI system. Right now I was just doing some refactoring, and hopefully this will work. We actually need to do a run because I changed the run code and I want to make sure that still works. We start the run worker. If we go to this repo, and this should currently be 4 of 4ing because I've purged the data many a time. Oh, it's also still linking to AWS. Perfect, yeah. If we close and reopen, should start a run. Should start. Oh no. Could not build URL for run. Well, nope, that's not the 319. Right, this makes sense. Repository ID. It'd be nice if there was like a MyPy plugin that handled this, but I can see why it would not happen. Do the same thing down here. Close and reopen again. Close. Reopen. Dr. Cheese Weasel says, how long have you had the Kinesis keyboard for? I've been looking for a split keyboard. Let's see. It's been a couple of months now, I think. It looks like June 1st was the first time I mentioned it in my chatbot, which would make it be about 2 months of using this keyboard. Remember around there? It's also possible that that was just the date that I committed this on, because this looks like it's like 2:40 p.m. 3:40 p.m. Oh, that would have been after stream, so I'm not sure. That's what happened there. Okay, looks like a run, and this URL worked out fine. This is the repo ID, and this is the run ID. Cool. Cool. Okay, that works. Dark Eye says, I love that people share how they do programming. Thanks, man. Yeah, no problem. Part of streaming for me is showing how terrible things that I do and the program that ends out. words. Ethan says, wait, handle what? I meant a MyPy plugin. Oh, yeah. For it would be kind of difficult to do. But the URL for function in Flask, you know, as long as this is a literal string, it should be able to find this function definition, and then it would have to parse this literal string, assuming it's a literal string, and then you could get a, or actually it would just be able to look at this function signature. So be able to lift this function signature and do some fancy stuff with that. But yeah, because I basically had a type error on this call here because these parameters changed. I guess it also has to change these to named only arguments, but it would be kind of complicated. It would be really cool if it existed. I would maybe spend some time working on it, but I don't think I'm gonna work on it right now. But it's not all that different than like. Also want to make an argparse plugin. I think an argparse plugin would be much more valuable. Because I do that a lot, and I occasionally have type problems with my argparse stuff, and I think the API of argparse is reasonably well defined. But even that would be complicated. I would still want to just do like basics and get basics working. James Boyan says, okay, so for what I figured out, NumPy pretty much checks what a compiler in C would check when you write a function like char star. Oh, you mean MyPy. You said NumPy. Yes, it basically does static analysis that a compiler would do. The difference is that MyPy is a gradual typing system, so many cases things will decay to any, and any works with any type, and like can be combined and satisfies all of the things. But yeah, it validates types at static time instead of at runtime. Ethan says, yes, please, I will help with that if you create it. Yeah, cool. Yeah, well, maybe once I should add it to my list of things. Let me add it to my list of things so I don't forget about it. Scratch, wiki, OS to do. Sarcastic Dante.
Rule number 1, never use JetBrains products. Use Emacs instead.
Use Emacs instead, says Sarcastic Dante. But thank you for resubscribing. 15 months of subscription. Damn, dude. It's come a long way, Sarcastic Dante. But really appreciate you resubscribing, and always appreciate you stopping by. Oh, Sarcastic Dante, did you see the new reason to not use Vim? Argparse MyPy plugin. Oh, rough prioritization order. Sure, somewhere in here. I don't know. Rough, it's rough. These aren't ordered. Fuck it. Boy, where was I? Neil's Web says, I'm a 14-year-old self-taught programmer that can hack stuff together. I want to switch from a marketing job to a job in tech. Instead of working a junior dev job, should I do some AWS or Google Cloud certifications and do DevOps? So I don't know much about certifications, and I don't have any myself. I progressed through like, new grad and then, senior developer, etc., etc. So I don't actually know so much about the certification progression. But might work. Like worst case, like you would learn some stuff while working on those things and like be able to apply to jobs there. I think it's like independent of age. I think going into junior positions is like normal in tech at any age, and like there's nothing wrong with taking a junior tech position. IMO. Canvas says, why aren't you writing tests for pre-commit.ci? I do have some tests. I do have some tests, but the thing is, most of the code I'm not really sure how I want it to look, and writing tests is going to make me spend a lot more time. It's not going to save me much time right now. Whereas I will be writing tests once I have like my prototype working. Like we're going to be spending a bunch of streams where it's just like, all right guys, we're going to write some unit and integration tests for different components and test the business logic and all the various cases and that sort of stuff, and like get that more solidified. But yeah, for now, there's a lot of like manual clicking around. What's up, Jamie Prochu? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing well. Maybe because it would slow shipping a bit. Yes. Then again, like I think types are another trade-off there, and I think the trade-offs for typing my code has already paid for itself for the amount of time that I've saved by typing. Whereas like I would maybe get less of that from tests. But I don't know. Dr. Cheese Weasel says Nano for life. Yeah, I was Nano for life, but now it's Babby for life. Sarcastic Dante says I'm not they. Yeah. Let's see. Let's forget his. Oh, I did get it right. Where is the this pull request from Vim? I will link it in the chat. I'll let you guys read it. We'll just read the top little bit. But basically, somebody wanted to change the Vim docs to be slightly more gender neutral, and the maintainer says, "I find this offensive to females," and closed it. And then a whole shit show unfolded. But basically, Vim has documented that it will use the he pronoun as a gender neutral pronoun, which is yikes. Sarcastic Dante says, at this point, Twitch takes my money without my knowledge. Ah, you have the auto resub enabled. Nice. Nice. Shazareth says, I'm super excited to be a junior dev, and my manager will be 20 years my junior. Pretty hype. I don't actually care. Yeah, it's yeah, it's fine. I don't mind being a junior. I don't like the salary decrease I'd be taking. That's fair, that's fair. Ethan says, oh no. Tanner says, I agree. I have the following opinion on tests. They should produce a value for you somehow, otherwise why spend writing them? So in your case, if you don't have the shape of what the product will look like, there's no point wasting time writing tests for something that will change next stream. It's true, it's true. The one thing that I did write tests for is for this time formatting thing, which is, this is literally never going to change. This will always try and produce outputs that look similar to this. We're like, you know, if it's in nanoseconds, this is never going to happen. There's never going to be a run of pre-commit.ci that's going to take nanoseconds, but or microseconds for that matter. Like, everything is really on the order of milliseconds here, especially because it is to make database connections and other stuff. But anyway, this is a function which converts nanoseconds into a human readable amount of time. This function has not changed, and these have not really changed. But I used this while I was writing the code to help me write the code. But yeah. Ava says, "Whoa, that's bad." Yeah. Russ Jr. says, "Dun dun dun." AB Jones says, "Every day is a school day." Well, I do stream on a non-school day. I stream on Saturdays. So I'm not always on school days. Just sometimes. What is this data store? Oh. Oh, the data didn't change, right? But I changed the schema slightly. Anyway, the next part of what I want to do is, we've got this homepage, we've got this like list of repos page. The next thing that I want to do is the list of runs. We've got to click into this one more time and make a runs list. Pre-commit.ci, and yes, I know it looks like crap. We'll fix it eventually. Guessing Donna says, I'm gonna resub with there are only 2 genders next month, or is this TOS now in this fucked up world? I don't know the answer to that, but you are pushing the edge there, Sarcastic Dante. Fixplace says, I can't believe the government has the balls to send me a letter about the one-time COVID disability payment that I don't fucking qualify for. Yeah, that's the other problem, is like, I qualified for it, they wouldn't pay me, so like, I have the opposite problem. But yeah. Tentative says, I'm not a big fan of unit tests too, maybe only for pure/stateless function, otherwise I do integration because if something is going off, I want the test to break so I can figure out why. Yeah, I feel like over-mocking is a problem that a lot of people fall into. But I also think like writing a lot of pure functions is a good idea, and like if you're writing pure functions, you might as well test them. Dark Ice says, how did you start encoding? I have a video about this, actually. If you do bang FAQ, it takes you to this playlist, and there's how did you get started with programming? You can check out that video on my YouTube channel, and that will answer that question. Angel X says, why doesn't it tell me what the actual output is? Assertion error expected /TA. I don't know what you're looking at. If it's the fake tests, it should print it periodically. You'll see the output after the test, not at the actual assertion error. The problem is like it shows you a play-by-play of what it actually ran in the test suite there. Tanabiv says, I've seen developers so swamped in writing so many useless tests that they weren't even thinking, am I getting value out of this? Yeah, that's fair. Baseplay says, like, I'm on disability, but I don't qualify because I don't qualify for the tax credit. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. Why are you checking if a random person is following Angelinix? It's kind of a weird thing. But anyway. Okay, so we have... What do we have? We actually don't need the repo ID for this, or the install ID for this. Or do we? No, we don't need the install ID. We can just use the repo ID. Since that is the prefix, that's essentially what we would do to look up these run keys. Okay. Test.render template runs. Actually, yeah, we'll pop this repo. Repo.html, user equals get users.github. We need some way to retrieve the repo. Repo get service stir repo ID int if repo is none. Class.wort 404. Recent runs equals recent runs equals runs dot get recent runs service and repo ID. Something like that. They DM'd me, says Linux. Oh, I see. Interesting. Pokemon is not following. Not yet. That's true, Sarcastic Dante. One of these days, Pokemon's gonna follow my channel. That's never gonna fucking happen. Big Place says, damn, my kitty's hungry today. She actually managed to finish her food before like 6 p.m. Huh, interesting. Hey, what's up, Dark Ice? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream, even though I've seen you in chat. Follow age, Anthony writes code. Why does it ping Anthony? Oh, that's weird. Why did it change it into an @ sign there? Huh, I don't know. Internet says, so my man van is from here. But they weren't following here. What? What? Oh, it's 3 p.m. there. Interesting. I guess you're in the same time zone as me, Bix Plays. So I just thought about something. I don't think I have a way to look this up at all. Or at least not in my current data structure. This is how these are stored, and this is the primary key. Maybe I just pass along install ID? I could create a unique index on service and repo ID. But... I don't know. Wait, did I miss a message from my man Van? I don't see. What are you talking about? What? What are you talking about, Andrew Linux? I don't see them at all. It was a DM? I'm confused. Can I test for \t? Yeah, the way you would test for tabs in Babby is write the file out, and then validate the contents of the file. Babby doesn't render tabs as tab characters to the screen, it renders them as spaces, because it has to do, you know, normalization for that. And because the default tab size is 8, which is absurd, so it switches it to 4. And I don't have access to the Curses API to change the tab size because they didn't merge my, or maybe they did merge my PR? Python 3.9 Curses. Wait, did my update make it into their top 5 opinion updates? There's no way. The Curses module got an update. Wait, really? Really? This person thinks that my patch to Python 3.5 to 3.9? Why is this a 15-second video?
Today I'm going to give you the Python.
Shush! Wait, they they literally think my like inconsequential change to the Curses module is one of the top 5 changes to Python 3.9? What? This has 2,000 views. What the fuck? I guess me clicking on this counts as a view also. I mean... literally inconsequential change, but yeah. Information Rocket says they want you to do 80 character lines, but the indent is 8. I don't understand. I mean, a literal tab character is usually rendered as 8 spaces in the terminal by default. Also, Python 2.7 treats a tab character as 8 spaces. I think Python, well, actually Python 3 doesn't allow you to mix and match, so there's no explanation of what it is there. That comment did say that 4 comes after 3.9. It's kind of funny. Maybe I should do my top 10 new features in Python 3.9 now that it's at release candidate, and get like get my clickbaity version that's not too doesn't call out some inconsequential functions in the Curses module. But anyway, what was I doing? I completely forget what I was doing. I forgot what I was doing. Yeah, we'll just do it like this. Datastore.repo get. Repo get service stir repo ID int to optional tuple int stir equals select what? Repo ID. Oh, it would just be repo ID. No, repo name from. Oh, we actually do need to get the installation because we don't have the organization at this level. That's fine. little bit clunky, but also this is not right. It's like syntax is wrong. Maybe I should store the full name on this table? I don't know. Select repo name from install repos where service equals this, install ID equals this, and repo ID equals that. If res is not none, return repo ID. This should be. I guess this is just optional stir. This is literally just to retrieve the repository name. This is so dumb. So dumb. DomDF coding says Python 3's stir.expand tabs function gives 8 spaces per tab. It does. You can set the tab width though. Interesting, it defaults to 8 though. Huh, I guess Python 3 does have an opinion there. Thank you for that, DomDF coding. Hey, what's up, Guide? Hello. Guy says, something changed on the setup, but I haven't noticed what. You're right, something has changed since last time you were here. A couple of things have changed, actually. One of the things is, I have moved the dock to the right-hand side to save you guys a few pixels. The other thing is I have some fancy lighting set up now. So let me show you what it looked like before. We turn the lights off. Also, look at how moody this setup is. Isn't this super moody? But this is what the old stream used to look like without lights. So now, damn it! I just hit my knee on my desk. Let me turn the lights back on. But yes, there's new lighting, so I'm a much more lit. Biniar says play Type Racer with chat. All right, we're doing it. We're doing some Type Racer, guys. Get my fingers warmed up. Let's see. Erase your friends. Copy the link. Change it to have a slash in it. All right, you guys can join this, and we'll be doing some Type Racering. So we can see who goes speedy. Who's our fast typer for today? We'll probably do 2 races because usually people forget to join quickly. But yeah, we're definitely gonna do a second race of this. What? Oh, that was still 100. That felt bursty. Very, very bursty. Okay, we're gonna do another one. Sandrell says fire, but with the oh, curse lit. I see. Because lit. I get you. 79 second place. It's not bad. All right, let's do. All right, we gotta wait for this to. Wait, what? Be able to join a new race. Oh, okay. All right, join for the second round. Join for the second round, and then we'll do one more, and we'll call that good. GetVV says online classes are killing me. I see. $107. That was decent. But anyway, thank you for redeeming that, Banyar. Always have fun playing Tidebracer and seeing where people get to. Guest in second place, we've got Sarcastic Dante coming up here. Oh, just barely edged out for 4th place. But yeah. Metal Storm says human benchmark / test / aim. 2 words per minute feels bad. Oh no. Aim trainer. Click the targets as quickly and accurately as you can. Okay, let's. I don't play too many clicking on heads video games, so we'll see how this goes. Oops, I missed a click there. 610 milliseconds per target. Looks like I'm on the slower end here. I probably could get better if I tried it a bunch of times, though. You know. Let's do one more. We'll do one more. We'll see what we got here. Also, my mouse is shitty and like. I'm just gonna make all kinds of excuses for this one. Yeah, see, it got better there, so I don't know. Russ Jr. got 2nd place, nice. Consistent, I'm also lying down on my bed. Yeah, that's fair. Bix Place says, do you hate me? I hate ergonomic keyboards because they're anything but. I mean, I actually prefer my other keyboard, so yeah. Bannier says I was cleaning and my hands are all wet. Oh no. Dark Ice says, how was your experience at your first coding interview? Ooh, let me rewind to 2012 for my first coding interview. I was interviewing for, what was I interviewing for? I have a keychain of them, because I use their bottle opener, because it's a very good bottle opener. Where are my damn keys? FactSet. I was interviewing for FactSet, which is a financial something or another company, and they asked me 2 questions. One of them was like the classic C++ question that they ask all the time, which is like a function that looks like something like char star get thing, and then like char 200 buffer, and then like cin to buffer. This is not quite, you know, valid C++ or whatever, but essentially code like this, and like what is wrong with this, and you know, I had seen this exact thing a bajillion times, and so it's like, oh yeah, well you shouldn't, you know, you're returning a pointer to a value on a stack, which like the next time a function gets called, that's just gonna smash this pointer, and you know, this is this is textbook undefined behavior, blah blah blah. So that was the first question. That one was pretty easy. What was the other one? The other one was actually a really cool problem. Oh, it was the parenthesis balancing problem. Write a function which checks whether parens are balanced and, like, you know, bool are balanced and string. You know, I did something like what? Int depth equals, I guess it'd be size t. Size t depth equals 0. For ooh, can we do auto? Is this a thing you can do? If c is equal to, oh man, I have JavaScript on the brain. Depth plus equals 1. Else if c is equal to parenthesis and depth is greater than 0, depth minus equals 1. Else if, actually it's probably best to do it this way. A was encountered before a return false. Those are our two cases, and then return depth is equal to 0. So this is like a parenthesis balancing problem. You can also do this recursively, but I didn't do it recursively, so I did something like this. And then you can get more complicated where you have multiple types of parentheses, and so then you switch, you know, the natural progression of this problem is to switch to a vector. Include vector, include string, and then standard vector char stack equal, you can just do it like that. And then you'd say if c is equal to this, then stack dot push back c. Else if c is equal to if not stack dot size return false, else if stack minus 1 does not equal open parenthesis, return false, otherwise stack dot pop back. I think this might be the right function, wrong function. It might just be called pop. Of course, you can simplify this a little bit by having a map, but I just did this in the interview because it was easier. Just copy and paste this 3 times. And then we simplified the code to not have all of those copy and pastes. Left bracket, curly bracket, and then we change these to be these type of brackets. But that was all I had time for in the interview. Return stack dot size equals 0. Anyway, that was my first interview ever, and this code dupe was enough to pass the interview. So good enough, right? But that was my first interview that I ever did. But back then I wrote a lot of C++ and not much of other programming languages. So I did a bunch of that. But yeah, I got the job. The other thing that was super awkward, and this is like me not knowing the appropriate questions to ask in the interview, and like reading advice from non-technical interviews was at the end, and the end of the interview was so fucking awkward. I felt so bad for this lady that was interviewing me. Um, was I asked the question, so what are the salary expectations of this position that I am applying for? And then it was just like the most awkward rest of the interview, and I still feel real cringy about it today. But anyway, that was my first interview. Why C now? I mean C++? Oh, because somebody was asking about the first job interview that I did, and I was talking about the 2 questions that I got asked, and implemented them there. Hey, what's up, Buff the Band? Hello, welcome back. So it says there's no clever solutions to the brackets problem. You have a stack. Never mind. Yeah, the stack is how you do this. You cannot do this in regular expressions because proving that something is balanced is a non-regular language, which is fun. Margaret says wrote the same thing in Python. Yeah, I've written this in Python a bunch of times as well. When was the last time I wrote this in Python? Probably for Pi upgrade. Pi upgrade. But for a slightly different reason. Yeah, braces. Yeah, so here's essentially that same code, but in Python. Probably similar code here. Yeah, this is similar code here. Oops. But anyway, I've written this code a couple of times. Margaret says, read the same thing in Python? Yeah, I've written it in probably 4 or 5 languages at this point. But yeah, hopefully that was helpful in sharing my experience with interviewing way back when. Everest says it's not a horrible question to ask IMO. Yeah, I think it's pretty reasonable question. Pretty reasonable question. But yeah. Solo says, I hate that question. They try to corner you into paying you less. So this was the opposite. This was me asking that question, which made it even more fucking awkward. If you're ever asked that in an interview, so a little bit of interview advice here. If you're ever asked about salary expectations in an interview, the correct answer is, I'm looking for a position that is competitive for my abilities for this position. I don't want to name numbers at this time, blah, blah, blah. Because the first person who names a number essentially loses the game through game there. In the state of California, you have the legal right to ask the employer for their salary bands for the position you're applying for, though, and I would encourage you to do that, just not in the one-on-one interview setting. So I'd encourage you to ask for that data to your recruiter and not to your interviewer, because your interviewer does not have access to that data most of the times. But your recruiter by law has to provide you with access to that information. And that's a newish law. I think it went into law like 3 years ago, after I had interviewed the last time. But yeah, generally that's how you want to negotiate that. And whenever they give you, like, assuming you've played your game right and they're the first one to mention a number, always mention something higher than that, because when they give you a number, they're trying to pay you as little as they can. And yeah, if you can bump them up, like, make it happen. But anyway, there's a little bit of interview advice from me. I don't know why you would take interview advice from an unemployed guy, but you can trust me about that. Not a good implementation, but still, in case limited number of characters. Why do you have 3 stacks? I mean, this is why you have 3 stacks. This isn't even, like, acceptably okay. What was the meme from earlier? I don't even remember the fucking meme now. Oh, it's off screen now, too. Twitch chat. Might be on this screen, though. What was it that you said? You have the same color here? You do still have the same color here. What'd you say? Quality enough. Yeah, yeah. I would not say that this code is quality enough. I would have sent this back for another round of code review. Dark Eye says there's many colleges that don't teach you that way, and then when you get to the interview, you don't know what to do. It's true. Like, my college prepared me not at all for technical interviews. I was just kind of lucky and figured it out. Yep, the lads down the can says, is it not hard to push for a higher salary if there's other candidates who could very well ask for less and get the job? I feel like you're never really like directly competing with other candidates. Like, there's such a like lack of there's such a labor demand in software engineering that like it's not usually a like, oh, let's pick the cheapest candidate. It's really like pick the best candidate for the position, and like money is like not a big deal for most companies. Bitch says, what did who say what? Oh, Marco Dev said my code was I already forgot the damn meme. Clearly it's not a very good meme if I don't remember it. Anyway, said my code was good enough. Good enough to watch. Of acceptable quality or something like that. But anyway. Thanks for clipping that, Cas9. Appreciate that. Sola says, anyways, at some point I'm going to read the Cracking the Code interview and translate those solutions in JavaScript and Python. Yeah, I've heard good things about that book. I haven't read it myself, though. Yep, the lads down the can says, I've got no software job yet, but, so I've got no clue. I guess if you were clearly better, then they definitely pay more. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. That's kind of how that should go. And how it generally does. It looks like I stopped typing mid-sentence here, which is great. Looks like that's what I wanted to do, but Sarcastic Dante, when I review my own code, that's mildly adequate. It's extremely medium. Nice. Nice. Okay. What was I doing where? 3po is non-abort. Repo equals repo. We actually need to retrieve the install as well. Should we just do that? Should we just do the to-do, maybe? James Wayne says, should you always annotate when declaring a variable in Python? I don't. I only annotate so I will always annotate all parameters and return values. I will only annotate variables if MyPy tells me that that variable is ambiguous. Or if I need to intentionally narrow a type. So sometimes I want to enforce that I'm dealing with an immutable resource, and I'll do that instead. GuyVV says, I was expecting Rickroll. I don't know why. I mean, for Android X, I would always expect a Rickroll, but missing code on 530. Well, this line is never even run. 531 also never branches to 534. I assume you open a pull request. So what is the line that's never run? 530. 530. 530. Why do you have underscore tab here? Why is this underscore prefixed? Just call this tab or indent. But the tab key is never pressed when a selection is held, so this line is never hit. I would also put else assert here. but also maybe this doesn't belong here? I don't know. Oh, I guess this still applies whether it's tabs or spaces. But yeah, you need to test this case. That case is uncovered. What was the other one that was uncovered? 531 to 534. Oh, this branch is always hit. So you need an else block here that raises the demonstration. I would also write this out as an if statement as well, or you can do the same ternary here. This ternary cheats coverage though. So I think we determined that this is actually wrong to do in all of the files like this, because it doesn't change it for newly opened files. So there's actually some like state problems in here that are not quite done yet, but yeah. But also you don't need an enum for this. It's literally just a boolean. So I would replace this boolean with or this enum with a boolean. So it says, I think TypeScript forces annotations on variables. No, I think TypeScript allows you to still infer types in a lot of cases. Is Tox test coverage? No, Tox is a tool for running commands. It's an automation tool. It's similar to make, although you wouldn't know what make is. But in my case, it runs these 4 commands. So it runs coverage race, coverage run, coverage combine, and then coverage report. Yeah, use tabs is, or like maybe call it expand tabs. That way it would match the command name. But or hard tabs equals false. That would be another idea for the name there. Hey, what's up, Mira2626? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I'm actually out of water, so I'm gonna go fill up my water, and I'll be right back. I will see you guys in a sec. I'm back. Hello. Yep, Salad down the can says fail under 100%. Is that really good testing or really good testing and some code left out because it's very hard to test? So for the most part, it is good testing. There are some things that are uncoverable. Let's see if this project uses no cover anywhere. We can actually look at all of the cases where it no covers stuff. But there are ways to explicitly opt out of bits of code coverage. This is one example where there's version-specific code. So like, you know, in Python 3.8 and above, I can use cache property directly from functools, but otherwise I have to re-implement it myself. So this is my own implementation of cache property. No cover. This is code that is Windows specific, or no, this is code that does not get run on Windows. So if I were to run the test suite on Windows, then this line would not be covered. And no branch says that this branch is always taken, or like my test suite would think this branch is always taken, because I only run the tests on Linux, and so this is always going to be true, and so there's no else block that gets run there. This is again another version-specific bit of code. This is due to a bug in macOS that I can't actually reproduce under test, and this is what Shaz Robot is actually working on. This is another Windows-specific bit of code where backgrounding is not supported on Windows. And this is version-specific code again. This is actually a function that I added to Python. Yeah, and this is testing code. So when tests fail, it raises a more specific error and performs a side effect here. And so I don't test the testing code here, so to speak. And this is the same deal there. Anyway, those are the things that aren't covered, but I've opted out of like 5 lines of code that's not actually coverable. Oh yeah, I got another cookie. Yum. Sarcastic Dentist says, did you figure out remotes and Git? Shizarbot says, yes, I was just confused because some people call upstream different things. Some say origin as the fork and some say origin as the upstream. Yeah, I go back and forth on that as well. It really depends on how I clone the first repository. But yeah. Anyway. Adrian says, imagine testing on Python 3.9. I think Babby does test on Python 3.9. Right? Yeah. Thanks, I've seen 100% covered before and I was confused / impressed. Yeah, it's usually somewhat impressive, but... Oh, Python 39. I see. I see. Bitch, it says Neuralink stream. What? People keep mentioning this. Can somebody explain it to me? Because I have no idea what the Neuralink stream is. Would appreciate some examples or whatever is going on with that. Tell me what's up. What is that thing? What is Neuralink? It's an Elon Musk thing? Oh, okay, then I don't give a fuck. Okay. What was I doing? I'm not gonna lie, I'm running out of steam, guys. Let's see. This page renders, that page renders. We need to add a link there. Let's add a link there. Web templates install. Tref equals url4. Repo? Is that what we called it? Yeah, I think so. Install ID equals install.install. ID, and then repo ID equals repo ID. It should tell me. Oh, it does tell me the line. Curly pren. Got a buddy problem. Got a buddy problem. Right, so service is currently hard-coded to GitHub. I will figure that out at a later date when we support other things. Okay, this works, and then that now. Errors. Incorrect number of bindings. Statement uses 3, but there are 0 supplied. Yes. Hey, what's up, Latrodectus? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Cas9 says, LMAO. Andronex says, how do I test this? $5.29 is your new failure line. Let's look at line 589. 589. $5.29. That means that this line is never hit. This is the same thing. This is the same problem as last time. You need to make a selection and then indent the selection. Well, like... I had chocolate on my fingers. I should not eat cookies at my desk, especially while streaming. Oops. So you need to like select something and then press tab. More cookies, it's true, more cookies. Hey, what's up, RKJ? Yes, I am still live, somehow. Somehow still live. Almost not live, though. Because, because I'm losing it. It's supposed to be kind of there. Runs has no attribute. It recent runs. It's true, it does not. It's true that it does not. Where what? Where what? Where service equals this and repo ID equals that. Order by Order by what? Q and S? Q and S descending. And then limit 10, 20, 30, 10, 30, 30. Like so, something like that. RKJ says, I've been trying to add a feature to an open source project, but haven't even been able to build the Docker image yet. Time for sleep, I think. I know that feel. I couldn't get Podman building, for instance. Siphon says, passing the limit. I am probably, but I also, like... Why do I have a semicolon here? I'm probably not going to make this configurable. I don't know. Change it eventually. The test fails, but it works manually. That means your test is bad. Easy answer to that one, Andrew Linux. But yeah, you're right. It might be nice to have the limit be configurable, but I don't think it actually matters for this. For now. And I definitely don't want a user to be able to control this, because then you end up somebody doing question mark limit equals 9001 and ruining your data store, which I wonder if Yelp fixed their bug for that. Did they finally delete this page? Oh my god, this stupid feature still works. Do I have a login for Yelp? No, I haven't hooked up my account for Yelp. Huh. I do have a Yelp login. But this is like the fucking dumbest feature ever. This is actually an iframe. Also, they have a bug. Unless Amy removed her... She changed her last initial to dash. Oh man, what a fucking shit show. But yeah. There used to be a way that you could take these images. Oh, maybe you still can. Let me edit this. Open a new tab, there we go. So you used to be able to bump up the width on this thing. Oh no. Oh no! Oh, it maxes at 350. Actually, I think I fixed this now that I think about it. Seems like something I would fix. But you used to be able to just set this to just like absurdly large values. Yeah, it maxes at 350 by 40. But you used to be able to make it generate like a gigabyte image and it would bring down a Yelp web server. Siphon says, yeah, true, SQL injection, baby. It's not about SQL injection. It's more about data limits and like spending a bunch of time. But actually, I'm not using SQL in production. This is just the development version of it. In production, it's going to be using Dynamo. But anyway. Anyway, wait, why are there web errors? Spice. Spice is blocked. Fucking Spice. I'm surprised Adblock blocks Yelp Spice. This is a single pixel image that does tracking. I forget what the C and the E stand for. Plugins equals 3, Chrome equals 1, permissions spoofed equals 0, headless var count equals 0. Anyway. Oh no. XFBML. Not XFBML, that shit was the worst. Do not miss dealing with that. Simon said, "Okay, cool. 1 gigabyte logo sounds terrible. Yeah, it was pretty fun. It was pretty fun. Pesky web tracking. So there's actually there's a sketchier web tracking on Yelp.com that the web devs were not allowed to read the code for. Let's see if it loaded on this page. What was that thing? AT2? I like how the E24 experiments are still enabled on Yelp. Also, if you want to see all of Yelp's experiments, you can just look at this blob here. These are all of the current front-end experiments that are happening right now. Let's see. In these ones. Account level, known bot. Dimension 36 of none. Well, I guess not all of these are experiments, but E24 free delivery banner is disabled. But anyway. LS money www.yng rack cards on search. I think this is someone's username. Anyway. Oh, what the fuck is this? Oh, Hypernova. This is client rendering. Client rendering. But it's half server, half client rendering. What was I looking for? I was looking for AT2. It only loads sometimes, so it doesn't surprise me that it's not on this page. But anyway, it was this little Flash applet that would set Flash cookies and and do some fancy spam ad tracking stuff. I never actually, well, I never decompiled it, but it would have been pretty easy to do so because it was a pretty small little binary there. Wikimir says, is it impossible to monkey patch built-in data types? I was trying to treat strings as integers for single calculations in the interpreter. There are ways to do it in the C API, but you probably should not do that because all hell will break loose. And you can access that with C types if you really wanted to. But you've got this backwards, by the way, Angelinax. Expanded tabs is spaces. So everything is backwards. Everything is backwards, Angelinax. Everything is backwards. What was I doing? Is he stunned? Alright. Oh, and we're gonna use our fancy new feature here. Oh, that's slightly broken. But not found. That's good. It's not supposed to be called run. It's supposed to be called repo. Oh, that means I just splattered over my other contents. Damn it. I don't think I changed anything here though. So hopefully that's fine. Binary says, when you tilt your neck, you remind me of the old Taco Bell commercials with the little dog. You want to do this? I'm mostly like, I slept funny. I did not sleep well last night at all. Oh, I want to get this kind of working, and then I want to call this. This is a repo. What data do we have in repo? Which maybe we want the install anyway. Or run in runs. I don't know, run. I don't know. Let's start that, see what that does. Well then. That's a problem. Why is that a tuple? Okay. Oh, and the next one is Ginger being dumb. Yes. Yes. Yay, it works. Kind of works. But let's actually get these to be clickable now. Run, which has service equals GitHub, and repo ID equals... Oh, I literally don't put the repo ID in the template, do I? But we can access it right here. Run ID equals run dot run ID. Let's see what that does. Wait, why does this one still work? This is the old URL, old ID format. And this is one that crashed? Yeah. Cool. Anyway, kind of works. But yeah, I'm very tired of programming today, so we're gonna call a stream here. But anyway, what we got working today is we can log in here. We show our orgs here. We can look at the individual orgs. You can see this has one repo, this has one repo, and we can click into the repo and get its list of runs, and then from the list of runs we can get to here. But that's what we did today. And we also made it so that you can add repos, and those will show up on this page. So it doesn't work on Amazon yet, but it works locally. Merge my PR first. Did you do the thing that I just told you to do? Were you paying attention when I told you to fix that? No, you weren't paying attention. You've got expand tabs backwards. An expanded tab is spaces. A non-expanded tab is an actual tab. So all of your conditions are backwards. Is the feature backwards too? Yeah, the feature's backwards. Or the feature, this part is right, but these lines are wrong, and your test is probably backwards. RJ says, seems like you're making good progress. Enjoy the rest of your Friday. Alright, let's do my little spiel, and then we'll send you guys off to another channel. But my name is Anthony. I upload my previous content to YouTube. That's at youtube.com/InTheEmiratesCode. I also upload educational content, which are these purple videos. I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. I announce my streams in 2 places. One of them is on Twitter. It's twitter.com/CodeWithAnthony, where I say I'm going to stream in such amount of time, and then I end up doing it. I also announce them on Discord, which you can do, which Sarcastic Dante is helpfully linked, and Bang Dicksword, right, RKJ? We've also got, Bang Twitter and Bang YouTube. As for announcements, we're going to have 2 special streams next month. On the 12th, we're doing a 12-hour stream, 12th of September. And on the 24th, which is a Thursday, which is not my usual stream day, we're going to be doing a special stream with Azure, which is going to be sponsored. We're going to be trying to port some chunk of pre-commit.ci to run on Azure and see how that goes. So you'll get a flavor, you'll get an experience of some other cloud flavors. But anyway, thank you all for stopping by, and let's go find someone to raid.